जय हिंद दोस्तों, फिर से आपका स्वागत है हमारे इस वाजिराम एंड रवि के प्रीलिम्स क्विक रिवीजन सीरीज़ में, जो कि मई से लेकर दिसंबर 2023 तक का है। और यह पहला पार्ट आया था और आप लोग जानते हैं कि डेट चेंज हो गया। अब 16 जून को होने वाला एग्जाम, तो आप लोग और अच्छे से इसे रिवाइज करें और अच्छे से पढ़ें। और यह हमारा करंट अफेयर का एक मास्टर वीडियो होगा, जो कि करीब 4-4.5 घंटे का होगा। तो आप लोग इसे आराम से देखें, और जितना ज़्यादा बार देखेंगे उतना ही अच्छा आपका रिवीजन होगा, उतना ही अच्छा आपका कंटेंट बनेगा। तो आप लोग बस वीडियो को देखें। और अगर आपसे बस ये अनुरोध है कि अगर आप लोग हमारे चैनल पर नए हैं और अभी तक हमारे चैनल को सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया, तो प्लीज़ 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 इसे सब्सक्राइब करके हमें सपोर्ट करें, क्योंकि हम इसी से प्रोत्साहित होकर और अच्छे अच्छे वीडियो आपके लिए बनाकर लाते हैं। तो आप लोग बस हमारे साथ बने रहें, जुड़े रहें, और वीडियो को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा शेयर करें उन लोगों तक जो भी इस बार यूपीएससी या फिर 17 बीपीएससी या फिर यूपीपीसी देने वाले, उन लोगों तक इस कंटेंट को जरूर पहुँचाएं, ताकि वो भी इससे देखकर लाभान्वित हो सकें। तो आइए शुरू करते हैं हमारा आज का मास्टर वीडियो। और ये हमारे पिछले 5-6 वीडियो का लगभग कंपाइलेशन होगा, तो आप लोग इसे आराम से देखें। और अगर पहले की वीडियो अगर आप लोगों ने नहीं देखे तो उसे भी जाकर देखें, उससे भी आपका कॉन्सेप्ट अच्छा डेवलप होगा। तो आइए शुरू करते हैं आज का हमारा मास्टर वीडियो। जय हिंद दोस्तों, आज हम लोग नए सिरे से एक नया अध्याय शुरू करने वाले हैं। यह वाजिराम एंड रवि का प्रीलिम्स क्विक रिवीजन है, जो 2024 का है। और यह पार्ट 1 है, जो मई से लेकर दिसंबर 2023 का पूरा इसका रिवीजन है। यह करीब 6 महीने का रिवीजन बुक है, क्विक रिवीजन बुक। और ये प्योरली बेस्ड है प्रीलिम्स के लिए, जो कि 26 मई 2024 को होने वाला है। तो इसमें बाजीराम एंड रवि ने कुछ अपने कंसर्न दिए हैं, तो वो क्या है पहले देख लेते हैं। तो कौन सा इस प्रीलिम पॉइंटर है, जो कि जितना भी पॉइंटर सब इसमें है। स्पीडी रिवीजन ऑफ 1200+ टॉपिक्स का, फिर रिकॉर्ड ऑफ कवरिंग 80 to 90% ऑफ करंट अफेयर क्वेश्चंस आस्क्ड इन प्रीलिम्स फॉर लास्ट 2 years, ये इनका रिकॉर्ड है। कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव कवरेज ऑफ न्यूज़पेपर एंड पीआईबी डायनेमिक एज वेल एज स्टैटिक टॉपिक्स। तो ये इनका निकाला हुआ क्विक रिवीजन बुक है, जो कि करीब काफ़ी लंबा बुक है, मतलब 450 पेजों का बुक है। इसमें लगभग हर चीज़ दिया हुआ है, जैसे आर्ट एंड कल्चर है, आर्ट एंड कल्चर के अंदर जितना भी है, फिर हेल्थ सोसाइटी से रिलेटेड है, फिर पॉलिटी एंड गवर्नेंस है, और जितना भी टॉपिक है मतलब करंट अफेयर का, वो सारा का सारा यहाँ पे। और हम लोग इसे करने वाले हैं, ये करीब 450 पेज का। तो ये सीरीज़ काफ़ी लंबा चलने वाला है, करीब 1 महीने के आसपास चलने वाला है। तो उम्मीद करते हैं आप लोग हमारे वीडियो में बने रहेंगे, और यह पूरा रिवीजन कीजिएगा, ताकि आपका करंट अफेयर का एक भी सेक्शन नहीं छूटे, एक भी टॉपिक ना छूटे, और आप लोग प्री में काफ़ी अच्छा परफॉर्म कर पाएँ अपने लिए। यहाँ पे हर सेक्शन देख रहे हैं आप, साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी है, मतलब कोई भी ऐसा सेक्शन नहीं है जो अछूता रह गया है करंट अफेयर के लिहाज से। तो आप लोग बस वीडियो में बने रहें हमारे साथ, और हम लोग इसी तरह से करते रहेंगे। अगर आप लोग टॉपिक के बारे में आपको बताएं, तो इसमें काफ़ी सारे टॉपिक है। तो यह करीब आप लोग यहाँ पे देख रहे होंगे 436 पेज तक ये दिखा रहा है। तो काफ़ी मतलब मोटी बुक है ये, और हम लोग आपके साथ ये करने वाले हैं। तो शुरू करते हैं आर्ट एंड कल्चर से। इसमें है पहले इंपॉर्टेंट पर्सनालिटीज़। इसमें सबसे शुरू पहला है गोपाल कृष्ण गोखले के बारे में, जो कि 886 से लेकर 1915 इनका मतलब टेन्योर रहा पूरा। और ये बाइलिंगुअल होने वाला है, इंग्लिश और हिंदी दोनों में रहेगा। तो जो इंग्लिश मीडियम है उनके लिए भी लाभकारी होगा, और जो हिंदी मीडियम है उनके लिए तो ये उपयोगी है ही। तो आइए शुरू करते हैं। G.K. Gokhale was an Indian political leader and a social reformer from Maharashtra during the Indian independence movement. तो ये महाराष्ट्र से बिलोंग करते थे इंडिपेंडेंस मूवमेंट में। He was also the political guru of महात्मा गांधी। वो महात्मा गांधी के पॉलिटिकल गुरु थे। Contribution to independence struggle. गोखले campaigned for Indian self rule and for social reform. तो उन्होंने होम रूल के लिए रिफॉर्म किया था, मतलब कैंपेन किया था। इन 1905 ही वॉज इलेक्टेड प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ द इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस बनारस सेशन। ही वॉज ऑल्सो एसोसिएटेड विद द पुणे सर्वनायक सभा। तो 1905 में वह इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस के अध्यक्ष भी रहते हैं बनारस सेशन के लिए। फिर आगे देखते हैं। बिटवीन 1899 एंड 1902 ही वॉज अ मेंबर ऑफ बॉम्बे लेजिस्लेटिव काउंसिल, फॉलोड बाई ए stint at the Imperial Legislative Council from 1902 till his death. At the Imperial Legislature, Gokhale played a key role in framing the Parliamentary Reform of 1909 and advocated for the expansion of Legislative Council at both the center and the provinces. Gokhale favored decentralization and the promotion of panchayat and taluka bodies. He also fiercely opposed the indentured labor system, raising the problems in the imperial legislature as well as Congress session. एकेडमिक कंट्रीब्यूशन का देखते क्या है, तो ही एडवोकेट फ्री एंड कंपलसरी प्राइमरी एजुकेशन. ही वाज ए प्रोफेसर एट द फर्ग्यूसन कॉलेज इन पुणे वेयर ही टॉट political economy and history. In 1908 he founded the Ranade Institute of Economics. जर्नलिस्ट कंट्रीब्यूशन में इसका देख लेते हैं. जर्नलिस्टिक कंट्रीब्यूशन में इनका, he launched the English weekly newspaper named the Hitwad, the People's Paper, in 1911. Servant of Indian Society. It was founded by him in Pune, Maharashtra in 1905 with the help of M.G. Ranade to further the expansion of education in India. The aim of the society was to train missionaries for the service of India. It also served to prepare a cadre of selfless workers who were to devote their life to the cause of the country in a religious spirit. तो यह गोखले के बारे में इतना था. अब रानी दुर्गावती. रानी दुर्गावती was born in 1524 in Mahoba's Chandela dynasty in Uttar Pradesh. June 24 is marked as a day of sacrifice when the queen is believed to have died while fighting the Mughal in the mid 16th century. Durgavati, however, was widowed in 1550, a few years after his marriage. Her young son Bir Narayan presided over the throne in name, and she ruled as a regent. During her reign, Durgavati fought with Baz Bahadur, the Sultan of neighboring Malwa, who were eventually defeated by Akbar. Abul Fazl, the court historian of Akbar, was chronicled these years in Akbarnama, described Durgavati as a combination of beauty, grace, and manlike courage and bravery. He further added that the prosperity of the kingdom was such that people paid their tax in gold coin and elephants. अगला है मिहिर भोज 1836 से 1885 AD. मिहिर भोज was a ruler of the Gurjana Pratihara dynasty. He succeeded his father Ramabhadra and was in power from 1836 until 1885 CE. Some of Bhoja's coin feature the term Adivara, which indicates that he was devotee of Vishnu. During his reign, Kannauj served as the state capital, which was known as Panchshila during this time. Mihir Bhoj's kingdom extended from Multan in the west to Bengal in the east, and from Kashmir in the north to Karnataka in the south. Next is Bal Gangadhar Tilak, 1885 to 1920. His famous declaration was Swaraj is my birthright and I shall have it. The British government termed him as the father of Indian unrest, and his followers gave him the title of Lokmanya, which means one who is respected by the people. He maintained that simple constitutional agitation was not enough against the British. Instead, he advocated boycott movement to fight imperial rule. Thus, Tilak and his supporters came to be known as the extremist wing of Indian National Congress. He was of the trio of Lal Bal Pal, other being Bipin Chandra Pal of Bengal and Lala Lajpat Rai of Punjab. Tilak proposed grand celebration of Ganesh Chaturthi and Shivaji Jayanti. He believed that these celebrations could bring a sense of unity and inspire a nationalist sentiment among Indians. Journalistic and literary contribution. Tilak published two newspapers, Maratha in English and Kesari in Marathi. Both newspapers stressed on making the Indian aware of glorious past and encouraged the masses to be self-reliance. Following killing of Plague Commissioner Rand in 1897 by Chapekar brothers, Tilak was imprisoned for 18 months on sedition charge for inciting murder. He wrote Gita Rahasya during the imprisonment. All India Home Rule League. Tilak founded the All India Home Rule League in 1916 along with Annie Besant. The goal of league was to achieve self-government in India. Tilak's league worked in areas like Maharashtra, excluding Bombay City, Karnataka, Central Province and Barar, and Annie Besant league worked in the rest of the India. Next is Matangini Hazara, 1870 to 1942. She was leader She was leading one of the 5 batches of volunteer Vidyut Vahini during Quit India movement. Matangini Hazara actively joined the freedom struggle and was so influenced by Gandhiji's belief that she earned the name Gandhi Buri, the old Gandhian woman, Gandhi Buri. She was arrested for taking part in civil disobedience movement in 1930. In 1942, Hazara led a large procession of around 6,000 protesters with the aim to take over the Tamluk police station from British authorities. Aimed that conflict, Hazara was shot dead. Her death incited revolutionaries to establish their own parallel government in Medinipur, which functioned till 1944, when it was disbanded by Gandhi's request. In 1977, the first statue of in the Kolkata Maidan dedicated to women revolutionary was that Mitangini Hazara. Next is Sri Alluri Sitarama Raju, 1898 to 1924. He was a prominent Indian freedom fighter from Andhra Pradesh. He hailed for a tribal community called the Konda Dora or Konda Reddy community, Rampa Rebellion. The Forest Act of 1882 prohibited the collection of minor forest products like roots and leaves, and tribal people were forced to work for the colonial government, while the tribal were exploited by mut- muttadars, village headmen hired by the colonial government to extract rent. New laws and systems threatened their way of life. The tribal, along with muttadars, dissatisfied with the British curtailment of their powers, erupted into armed resistance led by Sitaram Raju, the Rampa or Mangyam Rebellion. In August 1922, the rebellion lasted until May 1924, when Raju, the charismatic Manyam Verudu or the hero of jungle, was apprehended and executed. Next is Sri Aurobindo Ghosh, 1872 to 1950. Aurobindo Ghosh was an Indian philosopher, yoga guru, poet, and Indian nationalist. He was one of the founders of Anushilhan Samiti, which protested against the atrocities of British government. He was also charged in the Alipore Bombay case and sentenced to jail. He gave up active politics after his stint in jail and devoted himself to spiritualism. He reached Pondicherry in 1910. In 1926, with the help of his spiritual collaborator Mira Alfasa, referred to as the Mother, Sri Aurobindo Ashram was found. His main literary work are the Life Divine, Synthesis of Yoga, and Savitri, a legend and a symbol. Next is Sir Syed Ahmad Khan, 1817 to 1898. Syed Ahmad Khan was a leading Muslim social reformer. He was deeply impressed by modern scientific thought and dedicated his life in reconciling it with Islam. He declared the Quran as the sole authoritative work for Islam, considering all other writing as secondary. He interpreted the Quran in the light of contemporary religious rationalism and science. He urged people to develop critical thinking and freedom of thought, emphasizing that civilized life required freedom of thought. He established the Mohammedan Anglo-Oriental College in 1985, which later became the Aligarh Muslim University. He emphasized raising the status of women in society, advocating for the removal of parda and promoting education among women. He also criticized practices like polygamy and easy divorce. In the initial phase, he stood for Hindu-Muslim unity and was nationalistic in his point of view. In his later year, he discouraged the followers. He discouraged his followers from participating in the national movement started by Congress. Next is Guru Tegh Bahadur, 1621 to 1675. Guru Tegh Bahadur was born in Amritsar in 1921 to Mata Nanki and Guru Hargobind, the sixth Sikh Guru, who raised the army against the Mughal and introduced the concept of warrior saint. As a boy, he was called Tyagmal because of his ascetic nature. His bravery and heroic swordsmanship in the battle earned him the name of Teg Bahadur. Teg is sword in Punjabi. He contributed many hymns to Guru Granth Sahib, including the sloks or couplets. He is regarded as the savior Guru and he resisted the forced conversion of non-Muslim to Islam. His martyrdom is remembered as the Shahid Divas every year on November 24. Next is Lachit Borpohar, 1622 to 1672. Born in 1622, Lachit Borpukon led the Ahom troops which fight and defeated the advancing Mughal troops at the Battle of Sarighat on the outskirts of Guwahati in 1671. Borphukan is also considered as the inspiration behind strengthening India's naval force and revitalizing island water transport and creating infrastructure associated with it. Since 1999, the Lachit Borphukan Gold Medal has been awarded to the Best Cadet for the National Defense Academy. Next section is Fair and Festivals. उसमें पहला है बिहान मेला. The Kohn tribe in Odisha's Nayagar district has introduced the Bihan Mela, a seed festival, to their calendar of celebration. This event, which began in 219, mimics a traditional market where farmers exchange seed. Farmers from 40 villages participate in this event, which began after harvesting kharif crop, including hybrid and indigenous varieties of paddy, millet, maize, and sorghum. Women collect seed and store them in clay pots, which are decorated with red and white design and carried to the fair. Since the Green Revolution, farmers have abandoned native crop and have shifted to monoculture crop, cash crop, affecting their food security and soil quality. The seed festival aims to help farmers return to their traditional farming method. खोंड ट्राइब, उसके बारे में देख लेते थोड़ा. The Khond are the largest tribe group in the state of Orissa. They are known for their rich culture heritage, material tradition, and indigenous values, which are based on harmony with nature. Traditionally, hunter-gatherers, they are divided into the hill-dwelling Khonds and plain-dwelling Khond for census purposes, but the Khond themselves identify by their specific clans. Khond usually hold large tract of fertile land but still practice hunting, gathering, and slash and burn agriculture in the forest as a symbol of their connection to and as an assertion to their ownership of the festival wherein they dwell. Khond speak the Kui language, which is Dravidian language and is written in Odia script. Next is Karchi Puja. It is centered around the worship of ancestral deities of the Tripuri people. It is also called the festival of 14 gods. The word Karchi is derived from two Tripuri words, Khar or Kharta meaning sin and Chi or Si means cleaning. It is believed that the mother goddess of Tripura, Sundari, the presiding deity of land who protects the people of Tripura, menstruates during the time of Ambubhachi. Hence, Kharchi Puja is observed to ritualistically clean the earth after her menstruation is over and wash away the sin of the people in the land. The festival involves the construction of the Chaturdasha Mandapa, which symbolizes the royal palace of the Tripuri king and is constructed out of bamboo and thatched roof. Next is Omesha and Utkarsh festival. The two events were jointly organized by Sangit Natak Akademi and Sahitya Academy in association with the Culture Department, Madhya Pradesh. Utkarsh is a national festival of folk and tribal expression. It means progress, and the festival is held in the spirit that the progress of the tribal group will lead to the progress of the country. Umesha is India's most inclusive and Asia's largest literature festival in terms of number of languages represented. Sangeet Natak Academy is the apex body in the field of performing art in the country. The chairman of the academy is appointed by the President of India for a term of 5 years. It is presently an autonomous body of the Ministry of Culture. Sahitya Academy, India's National Academy of Literature, is the central institution for literacy, dialogue, publication, and promotion in the country. It is the only institution that undertakes literacy activity in 24 Indian languages, including English and Rajasthani, apart from 22 languages enumerated in the constitution. It also gives a special award called Bhasha Samman to significant contribution to their languages. Next is Adi Perukku festival. The festival is celebrated in Tamil Nadu to show the gratitude to the mother nature and monsoon god for providing uninterrupted supply of water. As per Tamil calendar, this festival is celebrated on 18th day of Adi month, which marks the beginning of the monsoon season in Tamil Nadu. On this auspicious day, Mother Nature is worshipped in the form of Aman deities. This day is celebrated as Pathin, Patintam Perukku. Patintam or Patintam means 18 and Perukku means rising. Next is Nadi Utsav. The fourth Nadi Utsav was organized by the National Mission on Culture Mapping NMCM of Indira Gandhi National Center for the Arts RGNCA on the bank of river Yamuna. The event is an attempt to document riverine culture, its tradition, ritual and water wisdom. IGNCA has been organizing the Nadi Utsav since 2018. The inaugural event was held in Nasik on the bank of river Godavari, second on the bank of river Krishna, and third on the bank of river Ganga. IGNCA was established in 1987 as a government-funded art organization in India. It is an autonomous institute under the Ministry of Culture. Next is Kati Bihu. It is celebrated in Assam annually on the first day of Kati month. In the Assamese calendar, the Bihu festival has agriculture significance and mark different farming cycle stages. Kati Bihu, also known as Kongali Bihu, occurs when rice saplings are transplanted. The name Kongali Bihu is derived from the fact that during this period, the granaries are typically empty and there's little left to consume. A special lamp called Akash Banti or sky candle is lit in Paddy festival. Next is Bhattukama festival. Bhattukama is a flower festival celebrated by women of Telangana and some part of Andhra Pradesh. Bhattukama is a beautiful flower stack arranged with different unique seasonal flowers, most of them with medicinal values in 7 concentric layer in the shape of a temple gopuram. In Telugu, Battukamma means mother goddesses come alive. During the entire preceding week, women make Bodamma, a deity of Gauri, Mother Durga, along with Battukamma. Next is Raj Prabha, also called Mithuna Sankranti, is a multi-day festival which is celebrated in Odisha to bring prosperity in agriculture field and also to celebrate womanhood. The festival is dedicated to Basu Mata, the earth goddesses, and during the festival all the agriculture activities are stopped to allow the goddesses to rest. It is believed that during the period the goddesses undergoes her menstrual cycle. The festival is mostly celebrated by girls, women and children. Girls are forbidden from all kind of manual work during these days of festival. In many villages, night yatra and Gotipura dance are performed by artists. Next is Ambubachi Mela. Ambubachi is one of the major festivals of Northeast India. It is held at Kamakhya Temple of Guwahati in the state of Assam. It is also been dubbed as the Mahakumbh of the East. It is celebrated during the monsoon season that happened to fall during the Assamese month Ahar around June. This Mela is also known as Amethi or Tantric Fertility Festival since it is closely associated with Tantric Shakti cult prevalent in eastern part of India. The festival has been associated with fertility rituals and many devotees come to seek the blessing for a child from the goddesses. During the festival, the patron goddess Kamakhya is said to be undergoing her annual menstrual cycle, hence, the temperature remains closed for 3 days. Kheer Puja. Kheer means ossetry. This puja is celebrated after 14 days of Karchi Puja. During Kheer, a particular area is demarcated. This area is bounded by the Kheer symbol. The road to the entry or exit is totally blocked by the symbols. Before the Kheer Puja is started, all the dying person or expectant mother are shifted to the neighboring village. Once Kheer is started, then no one shall be allowed to go out of the area. Next section is architecture, and the first is Tungnath Temple. The central government issued a notification declaring the temple of Tungnath as a monument of national importance. It is located at Rudraprayag, Uttarakhand. It is the highest Shiva temple in the world. It is the it is the third of the five Panchkedras: Kedarnath, Madhya Mahaveshwar, Tungnath, Rudranath, or Kalpanath of Uttarakhand. The temple is believed to have been built by Adi Shankaracharya. Another is Konark Wheel. A replica of Konark Wheel from the Sun Temple in Orissa Puri served as the backdrop of G20 summit. The Konark Sun Temple was built in 13th century by King Narsimha Dev I of the Eastern Ganga dynasty. It is also a UNESCO World Heritage Site. It follows the Kalinga or Oriya style of architecture, which is subset of the Nagara style of Hindu temple architecture. The Konark Chakra represents the wheel of the sun god's chariot. The wheel has 24 spokes, which can be used as a sundial. By observing the shadow cast of spokes, one can determine the approximate time of day. The temple was called the Black Pagoda in European sailor account. Similarly, the Jagannath temple in Puri was called the White Pagoda. Idakkal Caves. Located in Wayanad in Kerala, the Idakkal Cave are among the oldest human settlement ever discovered. Despite their name, Idakka Cave are not actually caves, they are part of prehistoric rock shelter. The name Idakka itself means a stone in between. Inside the cave are pictorial drawing and engraving that indicate the presence of ancient human settlement in the region. The oldest among them date back to 6000 BC at the age of Stone Age. Next is sacred in symbols of Hoysalas. Three temple of Hoysala has been inscribed by UNESCO World Heritage Site. These include Chinnakeshwar Temple at Belur, the Hoysala Temple in Helubudi, Helebidu, and the Keshava Temple in Somnathpuram village. Hoysalas. This began as provincial governor under the Western Chalukyas, held power in Karnataka from the 10th century to the 14th century. The capital of Hoysalas was initially located at Vellore but was later moved to Helibidu for or Dwarsamudra. One notable feature of Hoysala architecture is the use of soapstone, a malleable stone that is easy to carve. The temples are generally built on stellate star-shaped platform. Next is Chausat Yogini Temple. It is believed that design of the old parliament building was inspired by Chausat Yogini Temple located in Madhya Pradesh. The temple is circular with 64 chambers dedicated to 64 yogini and a central shrine dedicated to Shiva. It was built around 1323 of by King Devapala of Kacha Pahita dynasty. It is hypothetical, which means it has no roof and no shikharas. Another section is literature. और से पहला है विनायक पिटाका. It is first of the three division of Tripitaka. Triple basket, the definitive canonical celebration of a sculpture of the Triveda Buddhism. Theravada Buddhism. The other two parts of Tripitaka are Sut Pitak and Abhidham Pitak. The Vinay Pitak consists of three parts. Sutabhibhanga, rules for monk and nuns. Kandaka, 22 chapters of various topics. Pravira, analysis of rules from various point of view. Domestic demonst- democratic roots in Vinay Pitak. In the context of India's new parliament building inauguration, parallels were, were drawn to the speech of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar in 1948, where he remarked how aspect of democracy was not import from British but located in Indian history itself. In the speech, he said that reference of democratic setup in India can be found in Vinay Pitaka. He said that Vinay Pitaka regulated meeting of the bhikshus sangh, the monk, and there was the well-known rule that no debate could take place ex- except on neti motion. There could be no debate held unless there was a motion, and no vote could be taken unless a motion was put. There was also a system of sacred ballot where the bhikkhus could drop his salpatrika in the ballot box. नेक्स्ट इज नेशनल मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट बिल 2023. और इस बिल में क्या आइए देख लेते हैं. ए मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट इज अ हैंड रिटन composition of paper, bark, cloth, metal, palm leaf, or any other material dating back at least 75 years and has significant scientific, historical context, and aesthetic value. India possesses an estimated 10 million manuscripts in 80 ancient script in Brahmi, Kushan, Gaudi, Lepcha, and Maithili. The Bakshali manuscript, an ancient Indian mathematical text written on bark, birch bark, is considered to be the earliest recorded example of the use of zero. The bill envisaged setting up the 10-member National Manuscript Authority (NMA) as an apex policy-making body for manuscript. It will have the Union Minister of Culture as a chairperson. National Mission for Manuscripts. It was established in 2003 by the Ministry of Tourism and Culture with the aim to unearth and preserve the vast manuscript wealth of India. The motto of the mission is conserving the past for the future. The mission focuses on locating manuscript through surveys, documentation, conservation, and to train the next generation of scholars. It has digitalized 3.3 lakh manuscripts containing about 3.1 crore foilers. It has also uploaded 1.18 lakh manuscript, and he made available online about 70,000 manuscripts for public access. Next is Ganaya Muyarchi palm manuscript from the 18th century titled Ganana Muyarchi has been discovered in an Armenian monastery in northern Italy. The findings highlight the rich history and the cultural exchange between different regions during that time. The manuscripts are written in Tamil, showcasing the influence of the language and its spread beyond its homeland. They offer valuable insight to the into the time period that organized from providing a first-hand account on the social literary and religious practices during that era. Next, अगला है भारतीय भाषा समिट. The summit was organized as part of Bharatiya Bhasha Utsav, jointly by the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, and their constituent institution. The summit aimed to facilitate a seamless transition from the current education system to one rooted in Bharatiya language. In line with the National New Education Policy 2020 vision, the government has proposed to celebrate the birthday of renowned Tamil poet and freedom fighter Mahakavi Chinnaswamy Subramaniam भारती as भारतीय भाषा दिवस 11 दिसंबर. और यहाँ पे हमारा ये सेक्शन खत्म होता है. अगला सेक्शन स्कल्पचर का शुरू होता है. इसमें पहला सेंगोल, ए हिस्टोरिक सेप्ट्री called Singol has been installed in the new parliament building. Singol is derived from the Tamil word Simai meaning righteousness. Pandit Nehru accepted Singol on August 14, 1947 through the Adinam of Tamil Nadu. It was as a sign of shift of power from Britishers to the people of India. In the tradition of Chola dynasty, the symbol for the transfer of power used was the handover of Senol from the king to the successor. The sculpture has a Nandi, Lord Shiva's sacred bull on the top, symbolizing justice. Chola dynasty. The dynasty was founded by King Vijayalaya, described as the feudatory of the Pallavas, and stretched across present-day Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and part of Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka. The achievement of the Chola dynasty were the naval power and building magnificent temple like the Brihadeshwara temple in Tanjavur. Next is Nataraj at G20 summit. A magnificent 27-feet Nataraja, the tallest statue of Lord Shiva dancing from form in the world, was placed at the G20 summit at Bharat Mandapam in New Delhi. It has been constructed using the lost wax casting method. The design of this Nataraja at the summit is inspired by three Nataraja idols: the Lai Nataraja temple in Chidambaram, the Uman Maheshwara temple in Koneri Rajapuram, and Brihadeshwara temple, a UNESCO World Heritage Site at Tanjavur. Nataraja, it is description of Lord Shiva as the divine cosmic dancer. The dance performed by Nataraja is called Tandava. The image of Nataraja is encircled in a Prava Mandala, that is the circle of fire. Next is Dancing Girl figure of Mohenjo-daro. It is a prehistoric bronze sculpture made in lost wax casting about 23 to 1750 BC in Mohenjo-daro of Indus Valley civilization. It describes a nude young woman or a girl with stylized ornaments standing in a confident naturalistic pose. The statue was excavated by British archaeologist Ernest Mackay in 1926. It signifies that people of Indus Valley knew metal blending and casting. Also, it indicates the entertainment, especially dance, was part of the culture. Lost wax casting technique, also known as investment casting. It is the process by which a single metal object is cast from wax model. Lost wax casting, building a mold around a sacrificial wax model. After the mold investment is set, the wax is melted out and form a cavity where the metal or a glass flows in. Other art form में है लंबानी art. At one of G20 meeting in Hampi, a Guinness World Record was created for the largest display of Lambani atom with a total of 1755 items. Lambani embroidery is a vibrant and intricate form of textile decoration characterized by colorful threads. Lambani craft tradition involves skillfully stitching together small pieces of discarded fabric to create a beautiful fabric. The embroidery tradition of Lambanis are shared with textile tradition across Eastern Europe, West and Central Asia. This refers to the movement of nomadic communities across such regions historically, forming a shared artistic culture. Lambani is also called Lambadis or Banjaras were nomadic tribes who came from Afghanistan to Rajasthan and have now spread themselves across Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Rajasthan, MP, Gujarat, and Maharashtra. Artwork presented Greece. The Indian Prime Minister recently presented several artwork and traditional items to Greek counterpart. Meghalaya shawl. They were originally woven from for the Khasi and Jaintia royalty who considered them a symbol of their power and status. Their intricate design and vibrant color were a reflection of royal family wealth and prestige. Dokra art. It is one of the India's prehistoric art form. One of the earliest expression of this ancient art is a dancing girl artifact found from Mohenjo-daro and Harappan excavation. It is named after the Dokahar Damar, a nomadic Indian tribe indigenous to the central and eastern region of the country. It involved the use of non-ferrous metal casting through low wax casting method. Bidri artware. Bidri is a form of metal handicraft. It was developed in the 14th century during the rule of the Brahmini Sultana. Next is Polikali. Polikali tiger dance is one of the folk art form of Kerala. One of the fourth day of Onam festival, artists paint their bodies like tiger with stripes of yellow, red, black and dance to the rhythm of traditional percussion instruments such as takil, udukku and chinda. The main theme of this folk art is tiger hunting with participants playing the role of tiger and hunter. Onam is one of the important festival of Kerala that celebrates rich harvest. It is also celebrated to pay homage to legendary King Mahabali homecoming. Onam is celebrated in the Chingam month, which marks the beginning of Malayalam calendar. Next is Thrifted Artisanal Treasure at G20 Summit. उसका हम लोग नेक्स्ट पेज में करेंगे. दैट विल बी डन इन अनदर वीडियो. फॉर टुडे वी कंक्लूड इट हेयर. और इसके आज हम लोग यहीं पर समाप्त करते हैं. आज ये पहला वीडियो लेक्चर था और ये इसी तरह से कंटिन्यू चलते रहेगा जब तक हम ये पूरा बुक कंप्लीट नहीं कर लेते. तो आप लोग हमारे साथ बने रहेंगे और इस पूरे बुक को कंप्लीट कीजिएगा और अपना तैयारी और अच्छे से कीजिएगा. मिलते हैं आपसे अगले वीडियो लेक्चर में. तब तक के लिए रिवाइज करते रहिए, देखते रहिए. जितना ज़्यादा बार देखिएगा उतना ही लाभ होगा. और इस वीडियो को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा शेयर करें उन लोगों तक जो इस बार के 2024 के यूपीएससी प्रीलिम्स देने वाले हैं. उनको तक इस वीडियो को जरूर पहुँचाएँ और आप हमें कमेंट बॉक्स में ज़रूर बताएं आपको हमारी यह पहल कैसी लग रही है. तो मिलते हैं आपसे अगले वीडियो लेक्चर में. तब तक के लिए जय हिंद, जय भारत. जय हिंद दोस्तों, फिर से आपका स्वागत है हमारे इस विजन वाजीराम एंड रवि के इस क्विक बुक रिवीजन सीरीज़ में, जिसमें प्रीलिम क्विक बुक रिवीजन कर रहे हैं. यह पहला पार्ट है बुक का, जिसमें मई 2023 से लेकर दिसंबर 2023 तक का पूरा एक कंसोलिडेशन है. और इसमें हम लोग पहला सेशन कर चुके थे जिसमें हम लोग आर्ट एंड कल्चर से शुरू किए थे और कई सारे टॉपिक्स हो गया था. जैसे हम लोग इंपॉर्टेंट पर्सनालिटीज़ कर लिए थे, फेयर्स एंड फेस्टिवल्स हो गया था, आर्किटेक्चर हो गया था, लिटरेचर हो गया था, स्कल्पचर हो गया था और अदर आर्ट फॉर्म्स कर रहे थे. उसी तरह से आज कंटिन्यू करेंगे. मिसलेनियस होगा, फिर सोसाइटी में शुरू करेंगे हेल्थ, फिर एजुकेशन और इसी तरह से पूरा सीरीज़ कंटिन्यू रहेगा. और हम लोग इसमें पूरा का पूरा ये बुक करने वाले. ये बुक करीब 450 पेज का है, तो आप लोग इसे टेंशन मत लीजिए कैसे मतलब होगा. ये हम और आप मिलकर साथ में कर लेंगे. आप बस हमारे साथ वीडियो में बने रहें और हमारे चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करें। अगर आप लोग हमारे चैनल पर नए हैं और अभी तक हमारे चैनल को सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया तो सब्सक्राइब करके हमें सपोर्ट करें और हमारे साथ जुड़े रहें और हम आपके पूरा का पूरा ये रिवीजन करवा के रहेंगे। तो आइए शुरू करते हैं आज का हमारा टॉपिक से। आज का हमारा टॉपिक यहाँ पे शुरू होगा, ट्रैफर्ड आर्टिजनल ट्रेजर एट G20 समिट। बस आपसे ये अनुरोध है कि कमेंट बॉक्स में हमें जरूर बताएंगे आपको हमारी ये पहल कैसी लग रही है और आप इसे कितने लाभान्वित हो रहे हैं। वीडियो को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा शेयर करें उन दोस्तों तक जो इस बार के UPSC CSE 2024 का फॉर्म भरने वाले हैं। उन तक इस वीडियो को जरूर से जरूर पहुँचाएं ताकि उनका रिवीजन अच्छे से हो सके, क्योंकि आपको भी पता है करंट अफेयर काफ़ी बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंस रखता है और काफ़ी बड़ा शेयर रहता है करंट अफेयर का UPSC में प्रीलिम्स में। तो आइए शुरू करते हैं। G20 समिट विटनेस्ड इंडियाज रिच ट्राइबल Heritage and Art Craft presented by TriFed, Tribal Cooperative Marketing Development Federation of India, Ministry of Tribal Affairs. Longpai poetry. Tangkhul Naga tribes practice this poetry system. Unlike most poetry, Longpi does not use the potter's wheel. All shaping is done with the hand with the help of mulks. Chandigarh wind flutes counted by the Gond tribe of Bistar. The Sulur bamboo wind flute is a unique musical creation. It produces melodious through a simple one-hand twill. Next is Gond painting. Painting made by the Gond tribe show their deep connection to nature and tradition. Next is Gujarat hanging, curtailed by the Bhil and Patelia tribe in Dog. Dahod. Gujarati wall hanging are rooted in ancient Gujarat art form. Sheep wool stoles. They are crafted by Bodh, Bhutia and Gujar Bakarwal tribe from Himachal Pradesh and Jammu Kashmir. अगला है Araku Valley coffee. It comes from Araku Valley in Andhra Pradesh. This coffee is renowned for its unique flavor, aroma, purity, sustainable culture practices. अगला है राजस्थानी artillery. It considered of glass, mosaic poetry, Minakari, art of decorating metal surface and metal ambabari craft created by the Meena tribe. अगला है Mailara cult. The discovery of two sculptures in the Udupi district of Karnataka has proved that the ancient Malara cult existed in the coastal region. Malara is a folk deity identified as a manifestation of Lord Shiva. This deity is also commonly known as Mailara in Karnataka and Khandova in Maharashtra. This cult is prevalent in South India, including Karnataka, Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, and Tamil Nadu. Next is Cham Lama dance. Cham was introduced in 8th century by Padma Sabhava, who introduced Tantric Buddha in Tibet to subjugate the local demon with who were obstructing the construction of monastery. The dance is also known as God dance. Is performed by Buddhist. Monk is unique to tribal Buddhism. For them, performing this dance is a form of offering. During the dance, monk impersonate deities and protectors. Monk in colorful costume wear mask and they dance to the music played for traditional instruments such as ritual drum. अगला Kulattam dance. The Kulattam dance was recently performed in Andhra Pradesh during the children's festival. Kol means a small stick and Attam means play. Hence it is a play of or dance performed with stick. Kulattam dance is one of the most popular dance in Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu. This dance form is also known as Kolkolanu or Kollanalu. It is part of a religious offering where women dances pay homage to the temple goddess. It is predominantly a dance of women. Men mostly keep up the role as drummer or play the music. अगला है Sithakali folk dance. It is a unique centuries-old folk art form that is believed to have originated as Perinade in the Kollam district of Kerala. This is practiced by Vedar and Puliyar communities. It is based on episodes of the Indian epic Ramayana. This character of Rama and Lakshmana appear in green since the color is used to represent god and goddesses in Kathakali. The props and instruments used during the performance are all made of natural material like bamboo and palm leaves. Next is Mewar School of Painting. The emergence of Mewar school is associated with a set of Ramlila painting painted at Chawand in 1607 by the artist named Nasiruddin. The early Mewar painting was dominated by Sahibuddin, which focuses on his description of literary text, Ragamala, the Ramayana, the Bhagavata Purana. Mewar painting in the 18th century increasingly becomes secular and contrary in ambience. The unique feature was the tamasha painting that shows court ceremonial and city views. Now the next topic is miscellaneous. उसके अंदर है जल्लीकट्टू एंड कंबाला. Jallikattu originated from Tamil word jalli and kattu, referring to silver or gold coin tied to the bull's horn. Its first reference date back to a seal discovered at Mohenjo-daro, which is dated between 2500 BC and 1800 BC. During that time, it is called Iru Tajuval, which means embracing the bull. It is a bull taming sport traditionally played in Tamil Nadu as part of Pongal harvest festival. On this occasion, people worship the sun god for abundant agriculture crop. Kangayam, Pulikullam, Ambal, Ambalsari, Burgur, and Malai Madhu are among some native cattle breed reared for Jallikattu. Jallikattu also find mention in Shilpadikaram, one of the greatest Tamil epic from the Sangam age. Kambala is a buffalo race held during the harvest festival dedicated to an incarnation of Lord Shiva. अगला है टंकी मेथड. The Ministry of Culture and the Indian Navy have signed an MOU to revive 2000-year-old technique of shipbuilding known as Tankai method. This ship, constructed by stitching wooden panels together rather than using nail, offering flexibility and durability, making them less susceptible to damage from shoals and sandbars. Significance: it aims to install a sense of pride in Indian rich maritime heritage among all its citizens. Next is Meri Mati Mera Desh. The Union government launched the Meri Mati Mera Desh campaign as a culminating event of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrating 75 years of Indian independence. Under this initiative, young volunteers collected soil from every panchayat village and brought it to the block where the mitti kalash was transported to Delhi. The mitti, a soil from all parts of the country, was utilized to develop a unique garden called the Amrit Vatika with the planting of indigenous spices. Next is Namda project. The Namda craft of Kashmir is being revived under Skill India pilot project with more than 2000 candidates receiving training in the dyeing art form. Due to low availability of raw material, lack of skilled manpower, and marketing technique, the export of this craft has declined almost 100% between 1998 to 2008. Namda craft is a rug made of sheep wool through fleeting technique instead of normal weaving process. It is believed that a Sufi saint named Shah-e-Hamdan introduced Namda art to the Kashmiris. Namda have been practiced by Pinjaras and Mansuri community and Sema Muslim in Kutch. Although people working on this wool craft can be found across India, they are mainly seen in Rajasthan, Himachal Pradesh, and Kashmir. Next is geographical indication tags, GI tags. 7 different products from Uttar Pradesh were recently given GI tag. Ambora Dolak. It is a musical instrument made of natural wood. Mango, jackfruit, and teak wood are preferred for making dholaks. Bhagpat home furnishing. Exclusive handloom home furnishing product and running fabric in cotton yarn. बाराबंकी हैंडलूम प्रोडक्ट. अगला है कल्पाई हैंडलूम पेपर. नेक्स्ट इज महोबा गौरा पत्थर हस्तशिल्प. It is a stone craft. Gora stone craft is made of radiant white colored stone that is predominantly found in this region. Next is Manipuri Tarkash. It is primarily brass wire inlay work on wool. It is mainly used for khados, wooden sandal, a necessity for every household since leather was considered unclear. Next is Sambhal horn craft. Now, what is GI tag? A GI is a sign used on products that have a specific geographical origin and possess qualities or a reputation that are due to their origin. The tag stands valid for 10 years. Nodal agency, Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Next is Pahari Padai tribe. Pahari is a primarily a linguistic group forming 8.16% of Jammu Kashmir population. It includes Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, and Kashmiri origin people. Paharis were also considered a linguistic group, Pahari speaking people, and were thus unable to fulfill the requisite criteria to be considered as ST. Padha- Pahari's homeland is spread over Ladakh, Himachal Pradesh, and Jammu Kashmir. Khadi Rakshashut. The Khadi and Village Industry Commission KVIC has launched Khadi Rakshashut to commemorate the Raksha Bandhan. It was introduced under the agencies of Ministry of MSME. This product is entirely natural without any chemical additive. It includes basil, tomato, brinjal seed and that further enhance its composition. The idea behind this is that when deposed on deposed disposed of into the earth, it will spout up to basil, tomato, and brinjal plants. KVIC, it is stationary body under KVIC Act 1956. It came under the Ministry of MSME. Next is Independence Day address from Red Fort. The Red Fort is an integral part of India's Independence Day celebration. To understand why it was chosen, it is important to know how Delhi became the seat of power in India, capital of Hindustan. It was under the Delhi Sultanate 2006 to 1206 to 1526 that Delhi became a major capital city from where a large part of North India was ruled. Though the Mughal under Akbar shifted this capital to Agra for some time, they continued to be seen as the ruler of Delhi. Finally, under Shah Jahan, Delhi became the Mughal capital once again with the establishment of Shahjahanabad in 1648. The Mughals continued to rule from the Shahjahanabad, more popularly known as Red Fort, till 1857, the stamping of British imperial authority over the Red Fort. After capturing Delhi from the rebels in 1857, the palace was converted into British garrison and the famed Diwan-e-Am into a hospital. Co-opting Delhi's symbolic authority, the city renamed a strong symbol of authority in India with British organizing Grand Delhi Darbar in 1877, 1903 and 1911. The British finally decided to shift their capital to Delhi from Calcutta in 1911, reclaiming the Red Fort. The highly public INA trials were held at Red Fort. The trial finally established the Red Fort as a symbol of power and resistance in the mind of Indian Republic. It is this context Nehru decided to hoist the flag over the Red Fort in 1947. Baghanak. Next is Baghanak. Maharashtra Culture Affair Ministry signed an MOU with Victoria and Albert Museum in London to bring back Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj legendary Baghanak to the state. Literary meaning tiger claw. The Baghanak is a medieval claw-like dagger which was used across the Indian subcontinent. Its most famous use come from the story of Afzal Khan killing by Shivaji. Khan was a general of Bijapur Adil Shahi Sultanate. Shivaji sensed deceit during a meeting with Afzal Khan and came prepared. Under his robes he wore chainmail and had hid a bagnak in his sleeve. The bagnak reached London via James Grant Duff, an East India Company officer who served as a Satara State Company resident. Next is Juna Khatia site. It is an early Harappa burial site located in Lakhpat Taluka of Kutch district in Gujarat. This is biggest early Harappa Cemetery documented in India so far. The burials show diverse burial practices in the form of inhumation and symbolic burials with early Harappan Sindh type poetry. Pottery from the burial is of various shape like pots, jars, basins, dishes, bowls, bottles, bakers, and lid. Another distinctive feature include bakers and other small vessels found within large vessels. Next is Gongadi shawls. Gongadi, known as kambal, is a woolen blanket woven by Kuruma pas- pastoralist communities from wool of indigenous Deccani sheep found in Telangana. The basket has also been used by Indian armed forces to beat harsh winter at the borders. One of the unique natures of Gangodi is that it does not fade but grows darker in time. It is said to be so strong that a fully grown bull can be lifted off the ground with it. The traditional Gongadi is produced organically without using any dye, either natural or synthetic. Sizing of the string is done using the paste of soaked and cooked tamarind seeds. Next is Jatan Virtual Museum Builder. It is a digital collection management system of Indian Museum. It is designed by Human Centers Design and Computing Group Pune. It is a client server application with features such as image cropping, watermarking, unique numbering, and management of digital objective with multimedia representations. It can create 3D virtual galleries and provide public access through web, mobile, and touchscreen kiosk. As of now, Jatan software is successfully deployed in 10 national museums across India as standardized by the Ministry of Culture. Gandhi Peace Prize 2021. It is an annual award instituted by Government of India in 1995 on the occasion of 125th birth anniversary of Mahatma Gandhi. The award is open to all people regardless of nationality, race, language, caste, creed, or gender. The prize can be given to institutions, individuals, and organizations. For 2021, it was conferred to Gita Press, Gorakhpur. Gita Press was established in 1923 and it is one of the world's largest publishers, having published 41.7 crore books in 14 languages, including 60.21 crore Srimad Bhagavad Gita. Next is Bastille Day and French Revolution. The Bastille Day military parade is also known as the 14 July military parade. Is a French military parade that has been held on the morning of 14 July each year in Paris since 1880. July 14 is the anniversary of storming of Bastille prison in 1789, a crucial point in French Revolution. The day is marked as the National Day of France. Reason for French Revolution include no representation in administration for common people, entrapment of feudalism, vague of bankruptcy, along with the crucial role of intellectuals in awakening the masses. The French Revolution is remembered for propagating the idea of liberty, equality, and fraternity, which are also enshrined in Indian Constitution. Anubhav Mantappa. It is said to be first parliament in the history of mankind. Prabhudeva, a great yogi, was the president and Lord Vashava was the prime minister. It is inspired Bharat Mandapam in New Delhi. The difference between present day parliament and Anubhava Mantapa was that members were not elected but rather nominated by the higher authorities of the Mantapa. The necessary qualification was spiritual attainment. Next is Porpanki Kottai site. It is a Sangam age archaeological site in Pudukkottai district, Tamil Nadu. Over 355 antique, including a gold nose stud, hopscotch spouts, pieces of glass bangle and beads, a terracotta lamp, a coin, a spindle whorl, and a rubbing stone have been found here. Light detector and ranging lidar a remote sensing method has indicated that a fort has existed at this place. Kui language. In Odisha, cabinet recently commanded a proposal for inclusion of Kui language in the 8th schedule of Indian Constitution. 8th schedule lists the official language of India. Kui is the southeastern Dravidian language spoken by the Khanda community in Odisha. It was also referred to as the Kuinga language during the historical period. Script. Kui is traditionally written using the Odia script, which is also used for the Odia language. Next is Old Chikki script. It was created in 1925 by Raghunath Murmu from Odisha as a way to write Santhali language. It was created as a way to promote Santhali culture. Santhali language is spoken mainly in Jharkhand and West Bengal, in northern India and also in northwestern Bangladesh, eastern Nepal and Bhutan. Santhali is also written with the Latin, Odia, Bengali and Devanagari alphabets. Next is Santiniketan. It was the home of Nobel literate Rabindranath Tagore and it has been declared as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. It was a residential school and center for art based on ancient Indian tradition. In 1925, a world university was established at Santiniketan, later recognized as Vishwa Bharati. The chancellor is this university is the prime minister. UNESCO World Heritage Site. A World Heritage Site (WHS) is a landmark or area with legal protection by an international convention administered by UNESCO under the UNESCO World Heritage Convention established in 1972. There is three categories of such site: cultural, natural, and mixed. Statue of Oneness. Statue of Oneness of Adi Shankaracharya has been unveiled at Omkareshwar, Madhya Pradesh. Omkareshwar is the temple town located on Mandhata Island of Khandwa district. Adi Shankaracharya. He was born in Kerala's Kaladi, situated on the bank of Periyar River. He was proponent of Advaita Vedanta that teaches non-duality or the absence of separation between the subject and object. He wrote committees of Brahma Sutra, Upanishad, and Bhagavad Gita. Shankaracharya traveled across India engaging in philosophical debate and establishing four monastic center mathas in various parts of the country. Next is Kokbrok language. It is the language spoken by the Bruk people belonging to Tripura. It is also one of the state language of Tripura. The term Kok means verbal and Bruk means people or human. It is a Sino-Tibetan language and can be traced back to 1st century AD, where the historical record of Tripuri king started to be written down in a book called Rajratnakar. Kokbrok got the written form in the year 1897 when Daulat Ahmad wrote the first Kokbrok grammar named Kok Kokboroma Ag Tripura व्याकरण ग्रामर. राष्ट्रीय विज्ञान पुरस्कार. Recently, a new set of national awards in the field of science knowledge as Rashtriya Vigyan Puruskar has been initiated. It would recognize the notable and inspiring contribution made by the scientists, technologists, and innovators. These will be awarded in four categories: Vigyan Ratna, Vigyan Shri, Vigyan Yuva Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar, and Vigyan Team. It will be given in 13 domains like physics, chemistry, etc. All nominations received shall be placed before the Rashtriya Vigyan Puruskar Committee (RCPV) to be headed by Principal Scientific Advisor (PSA). Raman Magsays Award. It is Asia's premier prize and the highest honor celebrated the greatness of spirit and transformative leadership in Asia. It is generally awarded in six broad categories: government service, public service, community leadership, journalism, peace, and emergent leadership. It is presented in formal ceremonies in Manila, Philippines on August 31st. Prominent Indian winners include Vinoba Bhave in 1958, Mother Teresa in 1962, Kamala Devi Chattopadhyay in 1966, Tejit Ray in 1967, among others. Best tourism village. These were announced by the World Tourism Organization (UNWTO). The accolade recognizes villages that are leading the way in nurturing rural area and preserving landscape, cultural diversity, local values, and culinary tradition. In India, Dhodho in Gujarat and Madla in Madhya Pradesh has been identified as best tourism village. Dhodho is a giant salt marsh in Thar Desert and popular for tourism and the annual Ran Utsav. Malda is also known as the gateway of Panna National Park. UNWTO. It was established in 1975 for the promotion for responsible, sustainable, and universally accessible tourism. Its membership include 159 countries. It has General Assembly and an Executive Council. It is headquartered at Madrid, Spain. Toto language. It is a Sino-Tibetan language spoken by the tribal Toto people and is written in the Bengali script. It is spoken by barely 1600 people living in the part of West Bengal bordering Bhutan. A prominent community member, Dhaniram Todo, developed a script as recently as in 2015. Recently, Todo Sabda Sanghara, a dictionary, has been compiled for preserving the language and for putting its vocabulary in print. Yak Chupri. The Arunachal Pradesh Yak Chupri has been granted the GI tag. It is a dairy product made from the milk of indigenous Arunachali yak breed. These yak are primarily found in West Khemang and Tawang district of the state. Arunachali yak are also the only registered yak breed in India. It is reared by tribal yak pastoralists known as Borkpas and migrate along with their yak to higher reaches. Churpi is a naturally fermented dairy product and rich in protein content. It is often used as a vegetable substitute and is also incorporated into vegetable and meat curries and is commonly consumed with rice. Next is Pandit Motiram Pandit Maniram Sambhora Samaroh. Pandit Motiram Pandit Maniram Samaroh. The Department of Post, Ministry of Communication recently released a communicative postal stamp to make 50 years of Pandit Jasram's musical festival, Pandit Maniram Sangeet Samaroh. The music festival was started by Pandit Jasram in 1972 in the memory of his father Sangeet Ratan Pandit Motiram and his elder brother, the late Guru, and later his Guru, Sangeet Mahopadhyay Pandit Maniram. It is the oldest festival in Hyderabad. For this unique contribution, Pandit Jasraj was called Son of Hyderabad. Pandit Jasraj was an Indian classical vocalist belonging to Mewati Gharana musical apprentice- apprenticeship lineage. He took Indian classical music, Pushti Margya music, and Bhakti Pad of Vaishnav tradition to a greater height. Birwal Divas. Prime Minister recently addressed the program making 26 December as Veer Wal Divas to mark the martyrdom of Guru Gobind Singh's younger son, Sahibzada Joravar Singh and Sahibzada Fateh Singh. In 1969, Guru Gobind Singh founded the Khalsa and raised an army perceived as a threat by the Mughal emperor and neighboring hill kings. Guru Gobind Singh's four sons were integral to the Khalsa and battle ensued in late 17th century. In 1704, the attack on Anandpur Sahib by Bilaspur King Bhim Chand and Handuria King Raja Hari Chand with Mughal support led to prolonged siege. In the historic battle of Chamkaur Sahib on December 22, Sahibzada Ajit Singh and Sahibzada Juhar Singh sacrificed his life. Baba Banda Singh Bahadur later avenged the execution of Sahibzada by attacking and capturing Sarahand. Next is Tansen Samaroh. Around 1300 tabla players were performed recently at International Tansen Samaroh entered the Guinness World Record for achieving the largest tabla ensemble. Tansen Samaroh is a tribute to Indian musical legend Sri Ramnatnu Mishra, famously known as Tansen. It is held every year in December in Gwalior, Madhya Pradesh. It is a 5-day musical extra, extravaganza. It is organized jointly by Ustad Alauddin Khan Kala Evam Sangeet Academy and Department of Culture, Madhya Pradesh. Men Tansen, born as Ramtanu Mishra, was a prominent Indian classical music composer, musician, and vocalist known for a large number of compositions. Later, he became one of the Navratna's nine jewels at the court of Mughal Emperor Jalaluddin Akbar. Akbar gave him the title Mian, and honorific meaning learned man. He invited the night raga Darwara Khanra, morning raga मियान की टोड़ी and midday raga मियान का sarang, seasonal raga मियान का malhar. His dis- his descendants and disciples are called sannyas. Purana Dham. The Chief Minister of Bihar recently launched a 72 crore development plan for goddess Sita's birthplace at Purana Punora Dham in Sitamarhi. As part of the project, the government has built Sita Vatika, Lavkush Vatika, developed a Parikrama Path, and set up various convenience centers. Until recently, it was believed that Janki's Sant in Sitamarhi, which has a pound and other religious structures, was the birthplace of Sita, but a new research based on Valmiki Ramayana and some travelers' account ruled in favor of Punora Dham. नेक्स्ट बिगर सेक्शन इज सोसाइटी. आर्ट एंड कल्चर समाप्त हो गया, अब सोसाइटी शुरू होगा. एंड द फर्स्ट सेक्शन इज हेल्थ, इन विच फर्स्ट टॉपिक इज डिजिटल हेल्थ. डिजिटल हेल्थ refers to use of technology such as mobile devices, software application, and other digital tools to improve health and healthcare delivery. India's CoWIN, UNICEF, Rapido, and Family Connect etc. are few notable examples of digital health initiative. Digital health initiative in India. Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission ABDM to connect the digital health solution of hospitals across the country. CoWIN, it provided the technological backbone of India's COVID-19 vaccination program. Telemanas, telemental health assistance and networking across state. It provides free telemental health services including counseling, integrated medical and psychological intervention through video consultation. Nakshase 2.0 portal. It has enabled the community across the country to register the Mitra, Nakashe Mitra, and helped them in adopting TB patient in their preferred geography. Health Technology Assessment HTA. It provided evidence to decide the choice of technology for the best possible healthcare to address public health challenge. Next is Niti Aayog's State Health Index. The index measured a weighted score incorporating 24th health indicator under the three dominant. Pehla, the health outcome, neonatal mortality rate, total fertility rate, sex ratio at birth, etc. Governance and information, health infrastructure available, including promotion of functional 24 into 7 primary health care centers, etc. And third is key input and processes, average occupancy of chief medical officer, days taken for fund transfer, etc. The Arogya publishes the index of collaboration with the Union Health Ministry and World Bank. The Ministry of Health and Family Welfare has linked the index to incentivize under the National Health Mission. The index is an example of both competitive and cooperative federalism. Among large states, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, and Telangana has secured the top three positions, while Bihar, UP, and MP occupy the bottom three positions. Among smaller states, Tripura, Sikkim, and Goa has demonstrated best performance, while Arunachal Pradesh, Nagaland, and Manipur occupy the bottom three positions. Among UTs, Lakshadweep has secured the top position, while Delhi has been placed at the bottom. Next is Prohibition of Electronic Cigarette Act 2019. In light of e-cigarette being easily available online and at tobacco shopping despite a ban, the Union Health Minister has issued a public notice for stricter implementation of the Act. The Act defines electronic cigarette as an electronic device that hits a substance with or without nicotine and flavors to create an aerosol for inhalation. It prohibits any person from producing, manufacturing, importing, exporting, advertising, transporting, selling, or distributing electronic cigarette in India. Difference between e-cigarette and vape. E-cigarette are devices that look similar for traditional cigarettes. That look similar for to traditional cigarettes. They generally consist of one piece unit that is used until it run out and then thrown away. Vapes are hugely popular device that consist of rechargeable battery and refillable tank. Vape can be used again and again while refilling it with a variety of e-liquid. Next topic is IIPS and NFHS. NFHS International Institute for Population Science (IIPS) serves as a regional institute for training and research in population studies for ESCAP regions. It is established in Mumbai in July 1956 as a joint sponsorship of Sir Dorabji Tata Trust, the Government of India, and the United Nations. The institute is under the control of Ministry of Health and Family Welfare (MOHFW). The objective of IIPS include training in demography, undertaking scientific research on population problems, disem- disseminating demographic information, and providing technical guidance for the National Family Health Survey (NFHS). The MOHFW is also the nodal ministry of NFHS. Major highlight of NFHS 5: total fertility rate (TFR) and average number of child per woman has declined from 2.2 to 2.0 at the national level. Contraceptive prevalence rate (CPR) has increased from 54% to 67% in the country. Institutional birth has increased from 79% to 89% in India. Stunting has reduced from 38.4% to 35.5%. Wasting from 21% to 19.3%, and underweight prevalence is down from 35.8% to 32.1%. Stunting is defined as low weight for age, and wasting is defined as low weight for height. Women 15 to 49 years whose BMI is below normal has reduced from 22.9% to 18.7%. Next is Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Center ABHWCs. Ayushman Bharat AB has launched to deliver a comprehensive range of services spanning preventive, promoting, curative, rehabilitative, and preventive care. It has two components: Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana and Health and Wellness Center. Starting in 2018, ABHWCs aim to deliver comprehensive primary health care (CPHC), which is universal and free to use. ABHWCs provide free essential medicine and diagnostic services, teleconsultation, and health promotion. The sub-health center SHC, primary health center PHC, and urban primary health center PUPHC are to be transferred into health and wellness center HWCs. Next is anemia. Question related to anemia would be dropped from National Family Health Service NFHS 6 because the doubt raised over the efficiency of the method being used. What is anemia? According to WHO, anemia is a condition in which number of red blood cell or the hemoglobin concentration within them is lower than normal. If there are too few RBCs, it results into fatigue, weakness, and dizziness, etc. The most common nutritional cause of anemia is iron deficiency. Inherited conditions such as sickle cell anemia or Thalassemia affect the structure or function of red blood cell, leading to chronic anemia. As per NFHS 5, 57% of women age group between 15 to 49 years and 67% children between 5 to 59 months are anemic. Now the assessment of anemia would be shifted to diet and biomarkers survey in India, DASB first. It was launched in 2022 to map diet, nutrition and health status and provide the correct estimate of anemia. Next is Universal Immunization Program. Launched in 1985, it is one of the largest public health programs targeting close to 2.67 crore newborn and 2.9 crore pregnant women annually. Under this, immunization is provided free of cost against 12 vaccine preventable disease. Nationality against 9 disease: diphtheria, pertussis, tetanus, polio, measles, rubella, severe form of childhood tuberculosis, hepatitis B, meningitis and pneumonia caused by Haemophilus influenzae type B. Subnational against 3 diseases: retrovirus diarrhea, pneumococcal pneumonia, and Japanese encephalitis. A child is said to be fully immunized if children receive all due vaccine as per national immunization schedule within first year of childbirth. Two major milestones of UIP: elimination of polio in 2014 and maternal and neonatal tetanus in 2015. Mission Indradhanush. It was launched in 2014 to increase the full immunization coverage of to child to 90%. Under this, the focus is on pockets of low immunization coverage. WHO report on tobacco center. WHO report on tobacco center. This report tracks the progress made by countries in tobacco control. In 2008, WHO had developed the Empower measures to help countries implement the demand reduction measures of the WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. Since 2008, 5.6 billion people in the world, or 71% of the entire population, remain protected by at least one of the measures. 151 countries has implemented at least one Empower measures. Of the estimated 8.7 million tobacco-related deaths each year, 1.3 million are on non-smoker exposed to second-hand smoke. India has the largest level of achievement when it comes to putting health warning label on tobacco products and providing tobacco-dependent treatment. The cigarette packets in the country are also carry a toll-free number for the quit line. Empower measures include: M for monitor tobacco use and prevention policy. P for protect people from tobacco smoke. O for offer help to quit tobacco. W for warn about danger of tobacco. E for enforce ban on tobacco advertising, and R for rise tax on tobacco products. FCTC, WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, an international treaty adopted by the World Health Organization (WHO) in 2023. It is designed to address the global health risks associated with tobacco use and to provide a comprehensive framework for government and organizations to implement effective tobacco control policy and strategies. The FCTC recognizes that tobacco use is a major public health concern, causing numerous preventable deaths and illness worldwide. The FCTC operates as a legally binding treaty. Next is G20 हेल्थ मिनिस्टर मीटिंग. इसे हम लोग नेक्स्ट वीडियो लेक्चर में करेंगे. इससे यहीं पे समाप्त करते हैं. उम्मीद है आपको यह वीडियो पसंद आ रहा होगा. तो आप लोग कमेंट बॉक्स में जरूर बताएंगे आप इससे कितने लाभान्वित हो रहे हैं और आपको यह कैसा लग रहा है. वीडियो को लाइक करें और शेयर करें ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा उन लोगों तक जो इस बार के 2024 के UPSC CSE देने वाले हैं और जिनका करंट अफेयर रिवीजन बहुत अच्छे से करना है. वो इसे ज़रूर से ज़रूर सब्सक्राइब करें और ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा शेयर करें. और वीडियो को जितना ज़्यादा बार देखेंगे आपका रिवीजन उतना ही अच्छा हो सकेगा और आप लोग उतना एग्जाम में उतना ही अच्छा परफॉर्म कर सकेंगे. तो मिलते हैं आपसे अगले वीडियो लेक्चर में. तब तक के लिए वीडियो को रिवाइज करें, 2-3 बार जरूर देखें ताकि आपका रिवीजन अच्छे से हो सके और क्वेश्चन जरूर लगाएं. प्रैक्टिस सेट करते रहें ताकि आपका रिवीजन अच्छे से हो सके. तो मिलते हैं आपसे अगले वीडियो लेक्चर में. तब तक के लिए जय हिंद, जय भारत. जय हिंद दोस्तों, फिर से आपका स्वागत है हमारे इस वाजीराम एंड रवि के प्रीलिम्स क्विक रिवीजन सीरीज़ में, जिसमें लोग पार्ट 1 कर रहे हैं, जो मई 2023 से लेकर दिसंबर 2023 का पूरा एक क्विक रिवीजन है, जो यूपीएससी मेनली फोकस्ड है, जो 26 मई 2024 को होने वाला है। तो हम लोगों ने 2 वीडियो लेक्चर कर लिया था, या तीसरा वीडियो लेक्चर होगा, तो आप लोग इसे ध्यान से देखिएगा और इसे जितना ज़्यादा बार रिवाइज कीजिएगा उतना ही अच्छा रहेगा आपके लिए, और आप लोग एग्जाम में उतना ही अच्छा परफॉर्म कर सकेंगे। बस आपसे ये अनुरोध है कि अगर आप लोग हमारे चैनल पर नए हैं और अभी तक हमारे चैनल को सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया, तो प्लीज़ इसे सब्सक्राइब करके सपोर्ट करें, क्योंकि आपके सपोर्ट से यहाँ प्रोत्साहन मिलता है और हम और अच्छे कंटेंट आपके लिए बना कर लाते हैं। या बाइलिंगुअल होगा, तो आप लोग हिंदी या इंग्लिश कोई मीडियम रहे, तो उससे आपको फ़र्क नहीं पड़ना चाहिए। तो आइए शुरू करते हैं आज का हमारा वीडियो लेक्चर। आज का हमारा सेशन यहाँ से शुरू होने वाला है, जहाँ पे हम लोगों ने लास्ट वीडियो लेक्चर में छोड़ा था, वहीं से आज हम लोग इसे स्टार्ट करने वाले हैं। तो हमारा आज का शुरू होगा, तो आज का हमारा शुरू होने वाला है यहाँ से G20 हेल्थ मिनिस्टर्स मीटिंग से। तो आइए शुरू करते हैं। द कंसेंसस वाज रीच्ड ऑन सेटिंग up an R&D and manufacturing network for vaccine and for setting up a platform for making open source interoperable digital solutions readily available. Global Initiative Digital Health, a platform for sharing digital goods and knowledge, was also launched at the meeting. It has 4 pillars related to investment technologies, digital tool and knowledge sharing. Parties have also committed to negotiate a legally binding WHO Convention on Health Emergency Prevention, Preparedness and Response. The parties welcome the conclusion of the first call for proposal of the Pandemic Fund, Global Initiative on Digital Health (GIDH). Digital health refers to the use of technology such as mobile devices, software applications, and other digital tools to improve health and healthcare delivery. Basically, it is a multidisciplinary concept that includes concept for an intersection between technology and healthcare. It is aimed at consolidating the evidence and amplifying recent and past gain in digital health while strengthening mutual accountability to enhance the impact of future investment. GIDH will be a WHO managed network of networks that will promote equitable access to digital health. Here, countries need tracker, resource optimization and alignment with country's priority. तो उसमें पहला कंट्री नीड्स ट्रैकर, कंट्री रिसोर्स पोर्टल, देन ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन टूलबॉक्स, कन्वेंसिंग एंड नॉलेज इनहेंस, क्वालिटी एश्योर्ड डिजिटल सोल्यूशन एंड स्ट्रेंथन लोकल कैपेसिटी। आइए नेक्स्ट न्यूज़ देखते हैं। एंटीबायोटिक रेजिस्टेंस, ए ग्लोबल स्टडी हैज सजेस्टेड दैट एयर पोल्यूशन इज helping to drive a rise in antibiotic resistance. By 2050, antibiotic resistance could be raised by 17%, resulting in around 8.4 lakh annual premature death at current level of air pollution. In India, a 10% PM 2.5 increase could lead to a 2.5% rise in antibiotic resistance. When bacteria are exposed to antibiotics over time, they can develop a resistance to them. This means that the antibiotics are no longer effective at treating infections caused by these bacteria. This phenomena is called antimicrobial resistance. Initiative by India to deal with antibiotic resistance. National Action Plan on Antimicrobial Resistance 2017-21. It focused on governmental initiative concerning hand hygiene and sanitation program like Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, Kayakalp, etc. Rising public awareness regarding healthier and improved practices in food production, particularly within the animal food industry. Specific directives on antibiotic usage, restriction on over-the-counter access, and the prohibition or regulation of antibiotic usage for livestock growth promotion. Next is Medical Termination of Pregnancy (MTP) Act. The Indian Supreme Court denied a woman's request to terminate her 26-week pregnancy, stating that her situation did not align with the provision of the Medical Treatment of Pregnancy Act. The Medical Treatment of Pregnancy Act 1971. It was introduced to liberalize access to abortion, since the restrictive criminal prevention in the section 312 and 313 of IPC was leading to women using unsafe and dangerous method for termination of pregnancy. The act allowed termination of pregnancy by a medical practitioner in two stages. First, the termination of pregnancy up to 12 weeks from conception. The opinion of one doctor was required. Second is for pregnancy between 12 to 20 weeks old. The opinion of two doctors was required. In the second case, the doctor must determine if the continuation of pregnancy would involve a risk to the pregnant woman's life or the child would suffer physical or mental abnormalities. The NTP Amendment Act 2021. The law allowed it for termination under the opinion of one doctor for pregnancy up to 20 weeks. For pregnancy between 20 to 24 weeks, the amended law required the opinion of two doctors. The government had issued the new Medical Termination of Pregnancy Amendment Rule 2021, which defined the situation that define eligibility criteria for termination of pregnancy up to 24 weeks. The Amended Act and the MTP Amendment Rule 2021 specified 7 categories of women survivor of sexual assault or rape or in caste minorities etc. who would be eligible for seeking termination of pregnancy for a period up to 24 weeks. After 24 weeks, a medical board must set up in approved facilities which may allow or deny termination of pregnancy only if there is substantial fetal abnormality. Next is Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. In 2021, the National Health Authority NHA introduced the scan and share service to expedite outpatient department ODP registration under the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. आयुष्मान भारत डिजिटल मिशन क्या है? तो एम इसका लॉन्च्ड इन 2021 ड्यूरिंग द थर्ड एनिवर्सरी ऑफ आयुष्मान भारत पीएम जन आरोग्य योजना पीएम जय. ABDM will connect the digital health solution of hospital across the country with each other facilities. The digital ecosystem will always enable a host of other facilities like digital consultation, consent of patient in letting medical practitioner access their records via ABHA app, health registrar etc. Implementing agency क्या है? तो NHA act as the implementing agency of the mission. Health facility registrar HFR is the core building block of ABDM that aims to serve as a single source for verified information on health facilities across the country. Health ID is a 14-digit number used for uniquely identified persons and authorization. The ABDM ecosystem. इसमें प्रोवाइडर में हो जाएगा हॉस्पिटल एंड क्लिनिक, लैब एंड फार्मास्यूटिकल्स. एलाइड प्राइवेट एंटिटीज में हो जाएगा इंश्योरर एंड हेल्थ टेक कंप्लायंस. हेल्थ केयर प्रोफेशनल्स में हो जाएगा डॉक्टर, मॉडर्न मेडिसिन और आयुष, अदर प्रैक्टिशनर्स. थर्ड सेक्टर में हो जाएगा एसोसिएशंस एंड डेवलपमेंट पार्टनर्स NGOs. एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर में हो जाएगा प्रोग्राम मैनेजर, रेगुलेटर्स और पॉलिसी मेकर में हो जाएगा सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट एंड स्टेट गवर्नमेंट. नेक्स्ट इज Space 2023 initiative. WHO SPECS 2023 envision a world in which everyone who need a refractive error intervention, vision impairment have access to equality, affordable and people-centered refractive error service. In recognition of large unmet need for care, coupled with the fact a highly cost-effective intervention exists, that is spectacles, who WHO member states endorsed the first ever global target for refractive error at the 47th World Health Assembly 2021. Especially the global target is a 40 percentage point increase in effective coverage of refractive error by 2023. In India, where over 100 million people may lack access to eye care and glasses, Space 2023 can bring positive change. रिफ्रैक्टिव एरर क्या है? तो इसे देखते हैं. नॉर्मल आई ऐसा है, लाइट रे फोकस ऑन द रेटिना. मायोपिया में द लाइट रे फोकस इन फ्रंट ऑफ द रेटिना. एस्टिग्मेटिज्म में लाइट रेज फोकस ऑन मोर देन वन पॉइंट, अनइक्वल रिफ्लेक्शन ऑफ लाइट इन डिफरेंट मीडियम. And what is hypermyopia? The light rays focus behind the retina. Next is Havana syndrome. It refers to a set of mental health syndrome, sleeplessness, headaches, neurological conditions that are said to be experienced by U.S. intelligence and embassy officials in various countries. The National Academy of Science has outlined the reason for this syndrome: pulses pulse directed microwave that damage or interfere with the nervous system. In India, the first such case was reported in September 2021 when a US intelligence officer traveled to New Delhi with CIA director reported symptoms of Havana syndrome. Fixed dose combination FDC. The Union Health Ministry has recently banned 14 FDCs citing lack of therapeutic justification. FDC are combination of two or more active drug in a single dose form. The FDC formulation have unique advantages such as complementary mechanism of action, synergetic effects, better tolerability, elongated product life cycle management, and cost saving. At the same time, there might be increased change of exposing patient to unnecessary risk of adverse drug reaction. National Medical Commission. The NMC was constituted in 2020 through the National Medical Commission Act 2019. It regulates medical education and medical professionals in India and has replaced the Medical Council of India (MIC). It has four autonomous boards for undergraduate and postgraduate medical education, medical assessment and rating, ethics, and medical registration. Recently, it has put on hold the regulations that make it mandatory for doctors to prescribe generic drug because of concern regarding quality. Draft guidelines for a school to prevent suicide. The Union Minister of Education had released draft guidelines titled Ummeed, Understand, Motivate, Manage, Empathize, Empower, Develop to prevent student suicide in a school. Suicide was decriminalized in India by the Mental Healthcare Act 2017. Pyrola and JN1 COVID-19 variant. The world is facing another wave of COVID-19 infection as a new variant called Pyrola or BR2.86 spread rapidly across the globe, predominantly circulating in the UK and US. The WHO has classified JN1 subvariant of COVID-19 as a variant of interest, distinct from its patient lineage. JN1 was first detected in the United States in September 2023. It seems to be spreading faster than other circulating Omicron subvariant like BA.5, but not as severe as previous Omicron variant. It contains an additional spike protein mutation L455S, which might increase its ability to evade the immune system. About Pirola variant BA2.86, named after a large asteroid that hangs out near Jupiter. Pirola is an Omicron subvariant that causes great concern because it has been found to contain a large number of genetic mutations. It is designed by WHO as a variant under monitoring because of more than 30 mutations it carries on the critical spike protein, the protein that attached with receptors on human cell to enter the body. Transmissibility. The disease is more common in females than males and mainly affect old age people over 60 years of age. Mitochondriasis MTS and its detection. FISIAU, a highly fluorescent material containing phosphine, cytine, and gold, has been developed for detecting overdose of toxic anti-cancer drug MTS, which can be used as a visual sensing platform. Phosphorine is a two-dimensional material composed of phosphorus atoms, and it is primarily studied for its electronic and optoelectronic properties. Cytine is a non-essential amino acid, meaning the body can synthesize it. It is essential for the proper folding and stability of many proteins, including enzymes and structural protein. Gold monoparticles are being exposed for cancer treatment and medical imaging technique like CT scan as they absorb X-ray and enhance tissue visibility. Methotrexate (MTX) application. It is commonly used in chemotherapy to treat certain type of cancer, including leukemia, lymphoma, and breast cancer. Administration of MTX in body. Method Methotrexate can be taken orally for or administered by injection depending on the specific condition being treated. Side effects. The MTX value of more than 100 μm in blood plasma is hazardous. Precautions. Regular monitoring of blood count and liver function is often necessary during methotrexate treatment, and folic acid supplementation is often prescribed alongside methotrexate to help mitigate some of its side effects. Pompe disease. Recently, India's first patient diagnosed with the Pompe disease died. Pompe disease, also known as glycogen storage disease type 2, is an autosomal recessive disease, meaning that it occurs when a person inherits two copies of an abnormal gene, one from each parent, responsible for producing the enzyme acid alpha glucosidase GAA. It is a rare inherited disorder that affects one child per billion. It affects male and female equally. How does Pompe disease occur? Mutation in GAA gene. Normally, the GAA gene provides instruction for producing an enzyme called acid alpha glucoside, also known as acid maltase. Acid alpha glucoside normally break down glucogen into a simpler sugar called glucose, which is the main energy source for most cells. Mutation in GAA gene prevent acid alpha glucosidase from breaking down glucogen effectively, which allows this sugar to build up to toxic level in lysosome. This building up damages organ and tissue throughout the body, particularly the muscles, leading to the progressive sign and symptom of Pompe disease. Treatment. The treatment include enzyme replacement therapy (ERT), where a synthetic form of missing enzyme recombinant human acid alpha glucoside is administered intravenously. ERT aim to reduce the accumulation of glucogen in tissues and alleviate syndromes. DRESS syndrome. Recently, the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission (IPC) has issued a drug safety alert for doctors and patients about the use of painkiller meftal containing mefenamic acid that can lead to drug reaction with eosinophilia and systematic syndrome. DRESS syndrome. Eosinophilia refers to increased level of a specific white blood cell. About DRESS syndrome, it is a potentially serious drug reaction to certain medication. It affects multiple organ and system throughout body. It is sometimes referred to as DIHS, drug-induced hypersensitive syndrome. Causes. Contain medication, mostly antibiotics, anticonvulsant and antiviral. Symptoms क्या है तो fever, skin rash, lymphadenopathy, hematological abnormalities. Treatment. Immediate discontinuation of adverse medication and supportive care with medication like corticosteroid. Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission (IPC), headquartered in Ghaziabad, UP. IPC was founded in 2009. The IPC is an autonomous institution in the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. Its mandate is to set a standard for all drugs that are manufactured, sold, and consumed in India. The IPC's responsibility include formulation, active pharmaceutical ingredients, API, vaccine, and medical devices. It promote rational use of generic medicine by publishing national formulae of India. Norovirus. The UK has sent a steady rise in norovirus case, a highly contagious gastro- gastrointestinal illness caused by contain, contaminated food or water, person-to-person contact, or and aerosols. Outbreaks usually occur in colder months and cause symptoms like vomiting, diarrhea, nausea, fever, stomach cramp, and headache. Treatment is not available, but maintaining hydration during the acute phase is crucial. Frontotemporal dementia (FTD). The researchers identified a protein named TAF15 present in the brain of patients suffering from frontotemporal dementia (FTD). FTD is an uncommon type of dementia that causes problems with behavior and language. Dementia is the name of problem with mental ability caused by gradual changes and damage in the brain. Frontotemporal dementia (FTD) is a group of brain disorders that primarily affect the frontal and temporal lobes of the brain, leading to progressive damage and decline in function. It is relatively rare but devastating condition, typically affecting individuals between the age of 40 and 65, although younger and older individuals can also be affected. The cause of FTD is unknown, but researchers have linked certain subtypes of FTD to mutations in several genes. Symptoms include change in personality and behavior, language difficulties, difficulty in speaking, understanding speech, writing, finding words, name object, memory problem, and movement problem. Treatment. There is currently no cure for FTD, but there are treatments that can help control some of the symptoms, possibly for several years, which include speech therapy, occupational therapy, and behavioral therapy with emotional support. Can help address function decline and communication difficulties. Noma disease. The World Health Organization (WHO) has added one of the world's most under-recognized health challenges. Noma is its official list of neglected tropical disease (NTD). Noma disease, also called as Cancumoris or gangrenous stomatis. Several gangrenous disease of the mouth and face with a 90% mortality rate, named Noma from Greek nomi, meaning to devour, caused by malnutrition, poor sanitation, and inadequate oral hygiene. Symptoms may starts with non-specific symptoms like fever, malaise, and general unclear, progresses to extensive tissue destruction, especially in the face. Affected age mainly affect children age 6 to 6, prevalent in improvised communities. Treatment involve improving nutrition, promoting oral hygiene, and surgical procedures to remove necrotic tissues and reconstruct affected area. Neglected tropical disease (NTDs) क्या है तो देख लेते हैं. They are a group of infectious diseases that predominantly affect populations in tropical and subtropical regions, particularly in lower income countries. The term neglected reflects to the historical neglect in terms of research, funding, and public health effect for this condition. The term neglected tropical disease encompasses a diverse group of diseases caused by bacteria, parasites, virus, and other pathogens. Examples include diseases like lymphatic filariasis, river blindness, schistosomiasis, transmitted helminthitis, trachoma, and others. WHO new roadmap for 2021 to 2030 to prevent, control, eliminate, and eradicate a set of 20 diseases termed NTDs by 2030. Nematocytes. Recent research on nematocytes had identified venom, peptide, and potential therapeutic properties, include potential for pain relevance, anti-cancer drug, and neurodegenerative degenerative disease treatment. Nematocytist Nematocytes are fascinating microscopic stringer found in Synandrian, a group of marine invertebrates that include jellyfish, anemones, cereals, and hydras. These tiny capsule-like act like harpoons, delivering a venomous punch to capture prey or defend against predators. The outer shell, made of chitin, contains a tightly coiled hollow threads. Functioning of nematocytes stimulates and trigger nematocytes response to touch pressure or chemical signals, triggering a rapid discharge when potential prey or threats contact that condicoil. Rapid discharge. The trigger initiates the rapid inversion and forceful ejection of the coiled tubule from the nematocyte's capsule. Penetration and injection. Nematocytes can penetrate prey's skin, injecting toxic or bribes from the tubule upon contact. Hunting. Nematocytes help Synandrian immobilize prey like plankton or small fish, making them easier to grab and consume. Defense. Nematocytes act as a powerful deterrent against predator, causing pain, paralysis, or even death in some cases to discourage attackers. Application of nematocytes: drug development, gene therapy, tissue engineering, biotechnology, toxin research, aquatic environment monitoring, and inspiration for robotics. नेक्स्ट इज एजुकेशन, उसमें पहला है नेशनल करिकुलम फ्रेमवर्क NCF. द नेशनल करिकुलम फ्रेमवर्क NCF was released recently. NCF aimed to bring about a paradigm shift in education with focus on holistic development of children, emphasizes on skilling, vital role of teacher, learning in mother tongue, cultural rootedness. It is important to note that NEP 2020 and the NCF based on the education policy are not binding on the states. The final revised version of the NCF mandate teaching of 3 languages, including 2 Indian languages in class 9-10 and 2 languages including 1 Indian language in class 11-12. National Curriculum Framework for School Education NCFSE. Holding the class 12th board exam twice a year, a student can appear for a board exam in subjects they have completed and feel ready for. So far, a student from class 9 to 12 studied 5 mandatory subjects with an option of adding 1 more subject. Now, number of mandatory subjects for class 9 and 10 is 7 and it's 6 for class 11 and 12. It mandates compulsory instruction of 3 languages up to class 10. In class 11 and 12, student will have to study 2 languages. It offers students the freedom to pursue a mix of science and humanities to reduce the rigid boundaries separating arts, commerce, and science. In class 11-12 across school boards. For class 6 to 8, 20% content would be from the local level for the school science curriculum, 30% content would be from the regional level, and 30% would be from national level, and 20% content would be global. Performance Grading Index PGI for school education. Recently, the Union Minister of Education released a report on Performance Grading Index 2.0 for states and UTs, and PGI for districts for the year 2021 and 22. PGI was first released for the year 2017 and 18, and so far it has been released up to the year 2020 and 2021. It assesses the performance of a school education system at the state UT level by creating an index for comprehensive analysis. PG 2.0 for 21 and 22 classified the state UT in 10 grades via highest achievable grade in Daksh, then Utkarsh, Ati Uttam, Uttam, Prachesta 1, 2 and 3, Akanshi 1, 2 and 3 lowest grade. यहाँ पे कैटेगरी दिया हुआ है. Categories, domain, indicator and total weight. First is outcome, learning outcome and quality LO. Indicator is 12 and total weightage is 2240. Next is axis, It has indicator 7 and total weight 80. अगला इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर एंड फैसिलिटीज IF, इंडिकेटर 15 और वेटेज 190. इक्विटी, इंडिकेटर 16 और वेटेज 260. नेक्स्ट इज गवर्नेंस मैनेजमेंट, गवर्नेंस प्रोग्रेस GP, इंडिकेटर 15 और वेटेज 130. अगला है टीचर एजुकेशन एंड ट्रेनिंग ITE&T, इंडिकेटर 8 और वेटेज 100. टोटल हो गया 1000 टोटल वेटेज. नेक्स्ट इज नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशनल रैंक फ्रेमवर्क NIRF. द NIRF हैज़ अनाउंस्ड द इंडिया रैंकिंग 23 of higher education institution HEIs. The NIRF was launched by the Ministry of Education in 2015. It outlined a mandatory to rank HEIs across the country. NIRF rank best institutions across 13 categories like engineering, medical, management, law, dental, etc. Overall ranking: the IIT Madras remained the best educational institution in overall the ranking for the 5th consecutive term. Best university: the Indian Institute of Science IISc Bangalore ranked as the best university in the country for 8 years in a row. Best college: Miranda House, Delhi is ranked as the best college for the 7th consecutive year. First is teaching, learning and resource. Second is research and professional practice. Third is graduation outcome. Fourth one is outreach and inclusive. Fifth one is perception. Next topic, deemed to be university. The National Council of Education, Research and Training NCERT has been granted the deemed to be university status by the Ministry of Education. With the status of a deemed university, NCERT will offer its own graduate, postgraduate and doctorate degrees. The NCERT is an autonomous organization set up in 1961 by the Government of India under the Societies Registration Act 1860. The NCERT is an implementation agency for bilateral cultural exchange program with other countries in the field of school education. A university in India is recognized by the University Grant Commission UGC, which draw its power from the UGC Act 1956. A deemed university or deemed to be university is an credential granted to higher education institution HEIs in India. Currently, the UGC lists around 130 institutes that have deemed university status. According to this list, the first institute to be given deemed university status was the Indian Institute of Science in 1958, and Tamil Nadu has the most deemed universities, 28. यहाँ पे यूनिवर्सिटी इन इंडिया देख लेते हैं, पब्लिक, प्राइवेट एंड डीम्ड. पब्लिक में क्या है तो सेंट्रल इस्टेब्लिश्ड एन एक्ट ऑफ पार्लियामेंट एंड सपोर्टेड बाय GOI. स्टेट established by an act of a state legislature and supported by the state government. Next is private, established by an act of the state legislature and supported by various bodies and societies. Deemed क्या है तो designated by the central government on the advice of the UGC, enjoys autonomous in various aspects of higher education. Next topic, automated permanent academic account registrar APAAR. APAAR is a part of One Nation One Student ID initiative streaming for the NEP 2020. With the APAAR ID, student would be able to store all their certificates and credits, whether they come from formal education or informal learning. If the student changes school, whether within the state or to another state, all related data in the academic bank of credit get transferred to the new school just by sharing the APAAD ID. What is APAAD? What is APAR ID? It envisioned as a special ID system for all students in India starting from childhood. Under the initiative, each student would get a lifelong APAAR ID, making it easier for the learner, school and government to track academic progress from the pre-primary education to higher education. APAAR would also serve as a gateway to DigiLocker. DigiLocker is a digital system where a student can store their important documents and achievements, such as exam result and report cards. Next is Saksham Learning Management Information System LMIS. Saksham, which stands for Stimulating Advanced Knowledge for Sustainable Health Management, is a learning management information system LMIS launched by the Union Health Minister of India It was developed by the National Institute of Health and Family Welfare (NIHFW). Key features of Saksham Unified Platform: provide online training and medical education to all health professionals in India, from primary health center in rural areas to tertiary care and corporate hospital in metropolitan cities. Inclusive capacity building: ensure accessible and equitable learning opportunities for all health professionals regardless of their location or background. Digital learning: offer a comprehensive range of online courses, modules, and resources on various health topics. Flexibility allows learners to access courses at their own pace and convenience. Tracking and monitoring: provide insights into learner progress and course completion rate. Credentials: offer CME continuing medical education credit for completing course. Next topic: accreditation accreditation of higher education institute. Radhakrishnan committees set up by Ministry of Education report on accreditation of higher education institution has been made public. Education institution and accreditation. Assessment is a performance evaluation of an institution and its unit and is accomplished through a process based on self-study and peer review using defined criteria. Accreditation refers to the certification given by NAAC which is valid for a period of 5 years. This rating of institution range from A++ to C. If an institution is graded D, it means it is not accredited. At present, the assessment and accreditation by NCC is done on a vocabulary basis. Institution framework for a higher education ecosystem in India. Body and function: University Grant Commission (UGC), established in 1953 and became a statutory organization by a Parliament Act in 1956. Aim इसका क्या है तो coordinate, determine and maintain the standard of teaching, examination, research in university education. National Medical Commission (NMC), established through the National Medical Commission Act 2019, which succeeded the Medical Courts of India. एम इसका क्या है तो टू इम्प्रूव एक्सेस टू क्वालिटी एंड अफोर्डेबल मेडिकल एजुकेशन, टू इंश्योर द अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ एडुकेट एंड हायर क्वालिटी मेडिकल प्रोफेशनल इन ऑल पार्ट ऑफ द कंट्री. ऑल इंडिया काउंसिल फॉर टेक्निकल एजुकेशन AICTE, नेशनल लेवल अपेक्स एडवाइजरी बॉडी फॉर टेक्निकल एजुकेशन इन अकॉर्डेंस विथ द प्रोविजन ऑफ AICTE एक्ट 1987. ऑब्जेक्टिव क्या है तो प्रोमोटिंग ऑफ क्वालिटी इन टेक्निकल एजुकेशन, प्लानिंग एंड कोऑर्डिनेटेड डेवलपमेंट of technical education system. Next is Bar Council of India (BCI), a statutory body to regulate and represent the Indian Bar Association. It also sets standard for legal education and grant recognition to universities. Accreditation body: National Body of Accreditation (NBA), established by AICTE. National Assessment and Accreditation Council (NAAC), established by UGC. National Institution Ranking Framework (NIRF), started in 2015 by Ministry of Education. Recommendation by Dr. K. Radhakrishnan Committee. The committee has recommended that IITs should be brought under the ambit of NAC. Currently, IITs follow their internal system for periodic peer evaluation and assessment program. Binary accreditation system: the NAAC is proposing a new accreditation system that would replace the current 8-point grading system. The new system would classify institutes as either accredited or non-accredited based on their data submission and verification by expert team during campus visit. A separate category awaiting accreditation would cover institutes close to threshold level. The committee also progresses a mechanism of crowdsourcing to reduce the reliance on expert inspection. This would involve a carefully chosen audience, including student, faculties, staff, alumni, and official visitors, including a selection committee member and a student employee. National Accreditation Council (NAAC). The Radhakrishnan Committee proposes a single overreaching agency for accrediting institute and courses. The National Accreditation Council (NAC) which also include the National Institution Ranking Framework (NIRF), and the transition to the proposed accreditation regime should occur by December 2023. Accreditation of a school. India lacks of official mandate for frequent school evaluation by the NEP 2020 proposed an effective accrediting system for all education levels, requiring a State Council of Education, Research and Training to create a separate framework. Next is Ayush Anushandhan National Research Foundation NRF Act 2023. The Anushandhan National Research Foundation Bill 2023 received the assessment of the President. It aimed to set up the Anushandhan National Research Foundation (NRF), which will be an apex body to provide high-level strategic direction to scientific research in the country as per recommendation of the NEP. It seeks to set up rupees 50,000 crore fund with a sizable contribution from the private sector to seed, grow, and promote research and development (R&D) and foster a culture of research and innovation throughout Indian universities, college research institutions, and R&D laboratories. It seeks to set up different funds. Anushandhan National Research Foundation Fund for the financing of activities under the Act. Innovation Fund for supporting outstanding creativity in the area supported by Foundation. Science and Engineering Research Fund for the continuation of the project and program initiated under the Science and Engineering Research Board Act 2028. One or more special purpose fund for any specific project or research. Structure of NRF. It will have a governing board consisting of 15 to 25 eminent research and professional headed by Prime Minister, who will be the ex officio president. The Education Ministry and the Science and Technology Minister will be the vice president of the NRF. The Department of Science and Technology (DST) will be administrative department of NRF. The proposed foundation will also have an executive council under the principal scientific advisor. Next is Malivya Mission Teachers Training Program (MMTP). The Union Minister of Education and Skill Development and Entrepreneurship recently launched the Malivya Mission Teacher Training Program by the University Grant Commission at Kausal Bhavan, New Delhi. About Malivya Mission, the aim to provide tailored training program for teachers in Higher Education Institute (HEI). It will ensure continuous professional development and help in building capacities of 15 lakh teachers of HEI through 111 Malivya Mission Center across India in a time-bounded manner. It aims to improve the quality of teachers' training, building leadership skill in teachers, and help realize the goal of NEP. The capacity building under this mission will be mapped to the credit framework to ensure career progression pathway for educators. The Indian knowledge system has been included in the modules of the program. Human Resource Development Centers to be revamped and known as Madan Mohan Malviya Teacher Training Center. Key factor about Madan Mohan Malviya. He was an Indian educationist, a freedom fighter and moderate leader. He was elected as the President of Indian National Congress for 4 times. He attended the Round Table Conference in 1931. He founded the Hindu Mahasabha in 1906. As an educationist, he founded Banaras Hindu University (BHU) at Varanasi in 1916, which was created under BHU Act 1915. He was Vice Chancellor of Banaras Hindu University for 1919 to 1938. Next is Digital Infrastructure for Knowledge Sharing, Diksha Platform. The National E-Governance Division (NEGD) under the Ministry of Education, Electronics and Information Technology (MAITRI) is set to integrate professionalized adaptive learning PAL into its existing digital infrastructure for knowledge sharing Diksha Platform. Diksha Platform. It is a national platform for school education and initiative of NCERT Ministry of Education. It provides e-content for schools via an online portal and a mobile application via QR code. It was developed based on the core principle of open architecture, open access, open licensing, choice and autonomy. Nomi. It is built on open source technology. This is made in India and for India. National E-Governance Division. It was created by the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology as an independent business division under the Digital India Corporation. It has developed and is managing several national public digital platforms such as DigiLocker, Umang Rapid Assessment System, OpenForge, API Setu, Posha, Potion Tracker, Academic Bank of Credit, etc. दैट्स इट फॉर टुडे। आज के लिए इतना ही रहने देते हैं। नेक्स्ट वीडियो में हम लोग इसके आगे से साथी पोर्टल से शुरू करेंगे। तो बस आपसे ये अनुरोध है कि अगर आप लोग हमारे चैनल पे नए हैं, इफ़ यू आर न्यू टू आवर चैनल देन प्लीज़ सब्सक्राइब टू आवर चैनल, एंड इफ़ यू आर old to our channel then continue watching this. We have already uploaded 2 videos, and go to playlist and watch all the previous videos, and wait for the next upcoming videos. So till then, revise our videos as much as possible so that you can perform well in examination and you will feel ease in current affair for the prelims 2024. So see you in the next video. Bye bye, goodbye, जय हिंद, जय भारत। जय हिंद दोस्तों, वेलकम बैक टू आवर चैनल, जिसमें हम लोग कर रहे हैं वाजीराम एंड रवि का प्रीलिम्स क्विक रिवीजन 24 के लिए, जो कि आप पार्ट 1 होगा मई से लेकर दिसंबर 2023 तक का। और आप लोगों को पता है कि एग्ज़ाम 26 मई को होने वाला है। तो ये हमारा कंटिन्यू सेशन रहेगा। इसमें हम लोगों ने कई सारे टॉपिक्स कर लिए थे। आज हमारा टॉपिक एजुकेशन से रिलेटेड जो भी है वो चलता रहेगा। यहाँ देखिए एजुकेशन सेक्शन से इसमें कई सारे टॉपिक्स हम लोगों ने कर लिया था और इसी का आज कंटिन्यूएशन रहेगा। तो आपसे बस यही अनुरोध है कि अगर आप लोग हमारे चैनल पर नए हैं और अभी तक हमारे चैनल को सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया तो प्लीज़ 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 इसे सब्सक्राइब करके हमें सपोर्ट करें, क्योंकि आपके सपोर्ट से हमें प्रोत्साहन मिलता है और हम और अच्छे अच्छे वीडियो आपके लिए बना कर लाते हैं। और जैसा आप लोगों ने पहले के वीडियोज़ को स्नेह और प्रेम दिया, उससे काफ़ी हम गदगद हुए हैं, तो और हम और अच्छे वीडियो आपके लिए बना कर ला रहे हैं। तो बस हमारे चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करें, वीडियो को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा शेयर करें उन लोगों तक जो इस बार का प्रीलिम्स देने वाला है, उन तक इसे ज़रूर पहुँचाएँ, ताकि वो भी अपने प्रीलिम्स के लिए रिवीजन अच्छे से कर सके। और आपको कुछ नहीं करना, बस आपको वीडियो को आराम से देखते रहना, सुनते रहना, आपका रिवीजन उसी से हो जाएगा। इसे जितना ज़्यादा बार देखेंगे उतना ही अच्छा आपका रिवीजन होगा। तो आप लोग बस कंटिन्यू रखें। आज हम लोग यहाँ से शुरू करने वाले हैं साथी पोर्टल से। तो आइए शुरू करते हैं। साथी सेल्फ असेसमेंट टेस्ट एंड हेल्प फॉर एंट्रेंस एग्जामिनेशन portal has been launched by Department of Higher Education, Ministry of Education in collaboration with IIT Kanpur to offer quality education to students preparing for competitive examinations. About the Sati portal, open learning platform available to students at no cost. It is a portal launched to provide quality education to every student who intend to appear for competitive examination like JEE, NEET, various state level engineering and other examinations. It makes use of an indigenously developed AI program called Porter, developed by IIT Kanpur. फीचर्स क्या है इसका तो देखते हैं। The portal provide a 45-day crash course available in 5 different languages including English to support a student preparing for JEE and other engineering examination. All India mock tests are conducted every weekend following the same format utilized by the National Testing Agency NTA in organizing the JEE. Sathi for School. It combines both the NCERT studies and JEE learning standards into an extensive curriculum, allowing you to find content that meet both your teaching needs, help students score well in board examination, and also prepare for JEE at the same time. Next is Global Initiative for Academic Network. 8 years after its inception, the Ministry of Education is gearing up to restart the 4th phase of Global Initiative of Academic Network GIAN. GIAN in higher education was launched in 2015. It is a program of Ministry of Education. Aim क्या है तो tapping the talent pool of scientists and entrepreneurs internationally to encourage their engagement with the institutions of higher education in India. नोडल एजेंसी क्या है तो IIT खड़गपुर. साइलेंट फीचर्स ऑफ ज्ञान क्या है तो एन honorarium is paid to the foreign expert to cover their travel and their expenses. Short-term courses are conducted by their experts, faculties in Indian institutions. This program was first launched to establish collaboration between India and United States of America, but later the scope of the program was extended. The duration of course differ from different courses, varying from 1 week to a maximum of 3 weeks. Next is initiative taken to promote the sports. India achieves a milestone by winning 107 medals, 28 gold, 38 silver and 41 bronze in 19th Asian Game. Various initiatives फॉर प्रमोशन ऑफ स्पोर्ट्स इन इंडिया। तो कौन कौन सा इनिशिएटिव है देखते हैं। यहाँ इनिशिएटिव है, इधर डिस्क्रिप्शन है। खेलो इंडिया स्कीम flagship program launched in 2016 to revive and promote sports at the grassroots level. National Sports Talent Search Scheme (NTSSS) identifies and nurture sporting talent at the school level by offering scholarship and training program. Rural Sports Program encourages participation in traditional and rural sports across India by organizing competitions and providing infrastructure support. Urban Sports Infrastructure Scheme aims to develop sports infrastructure in urban area by constructing and upgrading stadium, multipurpose hall and other facilities. Fit India Movement national campaign launched in 2019 to encourage fitness and physical activities among citizens. Target Olympic Podium Scheme (TOPS) and attempts to provide assistance to India's top athletes. The scheme look to add a premium to the participations of those athletes so that they can win medals in the Olympic. National Anti-Doping Agency (NADA) ensure fair play and promote ethical sport practice in India. Our next heading is food and nutrition, in which first topic is पोषण भी पढ़ाई भी. This program is under Ministry of Women and Child Development. The focus is on early childhood care and education (ECCE) at Anganwadi across the country, which in turn is an important component of Mission Saksham Anganwadi and Poshan 2.0 envisaged under the NEP 2020. In financial year 2021 and 22, the government restructured the ICDS and Poshan Prime Minister's overreaching scheme for holistic nourishment Abhiyan in Saksham Anganwadi and Poshan 2.0. The aim is not only to make Anganwadi Center the nutrition hub but also education imparting centers providing at least 2 hours of higher quality preschool instruction on a daily basis. Under this scheme, the government will target children's physical and motor development, cognitive development, socio-economical, ethical development, etc. Next is Multidimensional Poverty Index 2023. The Global Multidimensional Poverty Index (MPI) was released by the United Nations Development Programme (UNDP) and the Oxford Poverty and Human Development Initiative (OPHI). It measures poverty across 3 equally weighted dimensions: health, education, and standard of living, comprising 10 indicators. If a person is deprived in at least one third of the indicator, they are identified as MPI poor. According to 2023 index, 1.1 billion out of 6.1 billion people live in acute multidimensional poverty across 110 countries, maximum being in sub-Saharan Africa and Asia. 25 countries including India successfully halved their global MPI value within 15 years, showing that rapid progress is attainable. In India, a total of 415 million people moved out of poverty within 15 years from 2005-6 to 2019-21, which incites falling from 51.1% in 2025-6 to 16.4% in 2019-20. National Multidimensional Poverty Index. It is published by Niti Aayog. It is tailored to the national priorities. There are 3 dimensions as in MPI index, but with 12 indicators, 2 additional being maternal health and bank account under health and the standard of living dimension respectively. India has achieved a reduction in its MPI value and headcount ratio between 2015 and 16 and 1921. About 135.5 million people exited poverty between 2015-16 and 2019-21. ग्लोबल मल्टीडायमेंशनल पॉवर्टी इंडेक्स. तो डायमेंशंस देख लेते हैं कौन कौन से और फिर इंडिकेटर क्या है. तो हेल्थ में है न्यूट्रिशन एंड चाइल्ड मोर्टेलिटी. एजुकेशन में ईयर ऑफ स्कूलिंग एंड स्कूल अटेंडेंस एंड लिविंग स्टैंडर्ड में है कुकिंग फ्यूल, सैनिटेशन, ड्रिंकिंग वाटर, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, हाउसिंग एंड एसेट्स. नेक्स्ट टॉपिक इज फूड लेवल टू हैव QR कोड. FSSAI has recommended the inclusion of QR code on food product for accessibility by visually impaired individuals. FSSAI is a statutory body established under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. It was established in 2008 under the Food Safety and Standard Act 2006. The recent advisory notes that ensuring inclusive access to information is a fundamental right of citizen. Also, the QR code inclusion does not replace the requirement to provide mandatory information on the product level. Global Hunger Index. Currently, GHI is jointly published by Wealth, hunger, life, and concern wildlife worldwide. India ranked 111th out of 125 countries in GHI 2023. India's rank was 107 out of 121 countries in 2022. India has a level of hunger that is serious. The GHI captures three dimensions of hunger: insufficient availability of food, shortfall in the nutrition status of child, and child mortality. The index includes the following four equally weighted indicators, that is undernourishment, child stunting, child wasting, and child mortality. Next topic: protocol for management of malnutrition in child. It has been put into place by the Ministry of Women and Child Development in collaboration with Ministry of Health and Family Welfare and the Ministry of Ayush. This is the first such protocol by the government. The protocol provides guidelines for management of child suffering from severe acute malnutrition (SAM), processes needed to for a healthy weight, and comprehensive norm of dietary requirement. The identification of malnourished child and their treatment is an integral aspect of Mission Poshan 2.0. SAM is defined by a very low weight for height, by visually severe wasting, or by the presence of nutritional edema. The protocol also includes unique initiatives like the Buddy Mother concept, which was first used in the state of Assam. Under this concept, the mother of a healthy baby guides the mother of a malnutrition child as at an Anganwadi center every week. Global Report on Food Crisis 2023. It is prepared by the Global Network Against Food Crisis (GNAFC). This organization was founded by the EU, FAO, and WFP in 2016. It has been established that between 691 million and 783 million people in the world suffered from hunger in 2022. Food security means availability, accessibility, and affordability of food to all people at all the times. In 2022, an estimated 2.4 billion people did not have access to adequate food. Stunting among children under 5 years of age has declined steadily from 104.2 million in 2000 to 148.1 million in 2022. Child wasting declined from 54.1 million in 2000 to 45 million in 2022. World Food Program. According to New World Program WFP, New Food Program WFP report, the research of a school meals in low-income countries remain 4% below pre-pandemic level despite a recovery overall. World Food Program is a joint program of United Nations and Food and Agriculture Organization FAO that deal with hunger, eradication, and promote food security in the world. SDG Goal 2. A member of United Nations Development Program UNDP, WFP is a world's largest humanitarian agency established in 1961 and headquartered at Rome, Italy. It is operating in more than 120 countries which provide food assistance during emergency and works with community to enhance nutrition and generate resilience. It has been functioning in India since 1963 and awarded Nobel Peace Prize in 2020. Funding. WFP is funded by voluntary donation from government, corporation and private donors. यूनाइटेड नेशन डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम, तो क्या प्रोग्राम है ये देख लेते हैं। द यूनाइटेड नेशन डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम UNDP empower developing nation through expert advices, training, grants. They prioritize support for the least developed countries and foster technical and investment collaboration between nations. Executive board made up of representatives from 36 countries around the world who serve on a rotating basis, headed by an administrator. Fund entirely by voluntary contribution from member nation. UNDP support to United Nations Sustainable Development Group UNSDG working to achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Next is vulnerable section. तो उसमें पहला है मिशन वात्सल्य स्कीम. It has launched in 2021 by MOWCD to provide a roadmap for achieving development and child protection priorities aligned with SDGs. It is an umbrella scheme for child protection services in India which aim to secure a healthy and happy childhood for every child in the country. The Juvenile Justice, Care and Protection of Child Act 2015 and POSCO Act 2012 from the basis framework for implementation of the mission. It is a centrally sponsored scheme in partnership with the state government and UT administration. At the village level, the Child Welfare and Protection Committee (WC and PC) will identify children who are likely to be in challenging circumstances, such as orphanage or street children. These youngsters will be helped through the Mission Vatsalya scheme sponsorship component. The Child Welfare Committee (CWC) will suggest and sponsor, and the Sponsorship and Foster Care Approval Committee (SFCAC) will approve the provision of sponsorship facilities. Surrogacy Regulation Act 2021. It is it defines surrogacy as a practice where a woman gives birth to a child for an intending couple with the intention to hand it over to them after the birth. It is permitted only for altruistic purposes or for couple who suffer from proven infertility. It is prohibited from commercial purposes. Status of child क्या होगा तो once the child is born, it will be deemed to be the biological child of the couple, and abortion of such a fetus is allowed only with the consent of surrogated mother as per the provision of the Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act. Eligibility क्या है तो the couple is deemed eligible if they have been married for 5 years and it has different age limit for husband and wife. The couple must not have any living child. Child have mental or physical disability is exempted from this. Also, a surrogate mother has to be a close relative of the couple, a married woman with a child or her own. The essential certificate of being suffering from proven infertility of either partner is certified by a district medical board. Also, the National Surrogacy Board (NSB) and State Surrogacy Board (SSB) has been constituting for enforcing standard for surrogacy clinic. They must also provide insurance coverage for 16 months of surrogate mother, covering any postpartum complication. Same-sex marriage. A 5-judge constitution bench of the apex court headed by Chief Justice of India ruled in a 3:2 verdict against giving constitutional validity to same-sex marriage. Further, it was pronounced that right to marry is not a fundamental right. Also, one's sexual orientation cannot decide the suitability of being adoptive parents. It was agreed that a high-level cabinet committee will look into rights that can be conferred on non-heterosexual couples. Mera Yuva Bharat, M by Bharat. It has been established as an autonomous body through cabinet resolution that will serve as an enabling mechanism powered by technology for youth development and youth-led development in the age group of 15 to 29 years. Primary objective: it would be a whole of government platform for youth development. It will offer suitable opportunities for youngsters to enable it voluntary work in the field of their choice. Thus, there is no financial remuneration involved. It will act as an enabler for creating a physical plus digital ecosystem and empower youth individual to become catalyst for community transformation. Issue of child marriage. Over the last few days, Assam has arrested over 2,000 men in a statewide crackdown on child marriage that has taken place in the state. Under what law are the arrests being made in Assam? Man who married girl below 14 years of age would be booked under the POCSO Protection of Child from Sexual Orientation Act 2012, which criminalizes sex between a minor and an adult. The law does not recognize a minor's consent as valid. Meanwhile, those marrying girls between 14 and 18 years would be booked under the Prohibition of Child Marriage Act 2006. In 21, Child Marriage Amendment Bill 2021 was introduced in Lok Sabha. Currently, it is studied by the Standing Committee. The bill seeks to amend the Prohibition of Child Marriage Act and increase the marriage age of women from existing 18 years to 21 years. What is the debate on Muslim age of marriage? Under Muslim personal law, the marriage of a bride who has attained puberty is presumed in the absence of evidence on completion of age of 15 years. However, under Child Marriage Act, the minimum legal age to get married is 18 for girls and 41 for boys. Child marriage in India in the last 5 years it declined by 3.5% point to reach 23.3% in 2020 and 21, according to the latest National Family Health Survey 5 data. West Bengal, Bihar, and Tripura top the list with more than 40% of women aged 20 to 21 married below 18, according to the NFSA data. Next topic, the path to equal report. The paths to equal report twins indicates indices of women's empowerment and gender equality. Report was jointly released by UN Women and UNDP. About the report, this report launched in July 2023 by UN Women and Human Development Report Office at UNDP analyzes data from 114 countries and introduces two new indices. First one is Women Empowerment Indexes. WEI measures women's power and freedom to make choices in various dimensions like health, education, inclusion, decision making, and violence against women. Global Gender Parity Index GGPI measures progress in achieving gender parity between women and male across key dimensions of human development, which includes good health, education, financial inclusion, and decision making. की फाइंडिंग्स क्या है तो देखते हैं. वुमेन आर empowered to achieve an average only 60% of their full potential as measured by the Women Empowerment Index WEI. Women achieve on average 28% less than men across key human development dimensions as measured by the Global Gender Parity Index GGPI. No country has achieved full gender parity or full women empowerment. In India, gender parity was low despite medium human development. UN Women क्या है तो देख लेते हैं. UN Women is the United Nations entity decided to gender equality and empowerment of women. It was created in July 2010 by the United Nations General Assembly. It was created by merging the four bodies of UN system. कौन कौन सा देख लेते हैं तो Division for the Advancement of Women, DAW, International Research and Training Institute for the Advancement of Women, INSTRAW, Office of the Special Advisor on Gender Issue and Achievement of Women, OSAGI, United Nations Development Fund for Women, UNIFEM. It is headquartered at the United Nations in New York. Next is modern slavery. Global Slavery Index based on 2022 estimates was released by Bark Free Foundation, a human rights organization. According to Global Slavery Index 2023, on any given day in 2021, as many as 50 million people were living in modern slavery. What is modern slavery? Modern slavery refers to situation of exploitation that a person cannot refuse or leave because of threat, violence, coercion, deception, or abuses of power. It is an umbrella term and include a whole variety of abuses such as forced labor, forced marriage, debt bondage, sexual exploitation, human trafficking, slavery-like practices, forced or surveilled marriage, or the sale and exploitation of children. Country-wise finding: the worst offender are countries like North Korea, Eritrea, Mauritania, South Africa, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and Tajikistan. Lowest prevalence: Switzerland, Norway, Germany, Netherlands, Sweden. Maximum number of people living in modern slavery is India, 11 million, then China, then North Korea, Pakistan, Russia, and Indonesia. The Gender Snapshot 2023. UN Women and UN Development of Economic and Social Affairs DESA released progress on the Sustainable Development Goals SDGs. The Gender Snapshot 2023 report. United Nations Development on Economic and Social Affairs UNDESA, or the United Nations Development on Economic and Social Affairs, is a department of the United Nations Secretariat responsible for providing policy guidance, analytical support, and technical assistance to member states in the areas of economic and social development. UNDESA also play a leading role in the implementation of 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Next is Sarista Scheme. Union Minister of Social Justice and Empowerment Dr. Virendra Kumar launched the Sarishta scheme for residential education for students of higher school is in targeted areas. The Saristha scheme will be beneficial for ST students, those who could not reach for higher quality education. It provides for quality education for meritorious but poor SC students in CBSE affiliated reputed residential school across the country. Approximately 300 seats, 3,000 seats are provided each year for admission in class 9th and 11th, and the entire cost of the school fee and residential charge will be borne by the department. The students belonging to scheduled caste studying in class 8th and 10th in the current academic year are eligible for availing the benefit of a scheme and are selected through the transparent mechanism through the National Entrance Test for Sarista NETS, which is conducted by the National Testing Agency NTA for admission in class 9th and 11th. Students belonging to marginalized income group within the SC community whose parental annual income is up to 2.5 lakh are eligible. Successful conditions after following the e-counseling progress are given admission in the school of their choice anywhere in the country for their academic per session. The department shall bear the total cost of a school fee and hostel charges till completion of their academic up to class 12. There, Thereafter, the student of the scheme may avail benefits of other scheme of the department for the higher education. Next scheme is Hakki Pikki tribes. 31 tribal belonging to Hakki Pikki are stranded in Sudan, where violent clashes between a powerful parliamentary forces and the country's armed forces are going on. Hakki Pikki, Hakki in Kannada means bird and Pikki means catcher, are a semi-nomadic tribe traditionally of bird catcher and hunter. It is one of the major tribal community in Karnataka. They are reside in the western and southern state of India, mostly near forest areas. The community migrated to North India, mainly Gujarat and Rajasthan, and is now mainly concentrated in Shivamoga, Devangiri, and Mysore district of Karnataka. They are recognized as a scheduled tribe in India. Occupation क्या है तो after the implementation of stricter wildlife law, the tribe changed its occupation from hunting to selling spices, flour, Ayurveda formulation, and herbal oil. They now travel globally to sell their products, especially in African continent where there is demand for cheaper alternative to Western medicine. Language. Despite being surrounded by Dravidian language and living in southern India, the community speak an Indo-Aryan language. Their mother tongue was designated as Wagri by a scholar. UNESCO has listed Wagri as one of the endangered language. Ritual and custom. The tribe follow Hindu tradition and celebrate Hindu festival. The tribe prefers cross cousin marriage. The society is matriarchal where the groom gives dowry to the bride family. The eldest son of the family is not supposed to cut his hair so that he can be identified easily. They are not non-vegetarians. Elimination of child labor. The 52nd report of Parliamentary Standing Committee on Labor, Textile and Silk Development has been tabled in the Parliament regarding implementation of policy to eliminate child labor. Child labor meaning prevalence and India's commitment to eliminate. According to the ILO, child labor includes any work that deprives children of their childhood potential and dignity, physical and mental development. Article 24 of the Constitution of India prohibits employment of children below the age of 14 years in any factory or mine or in any hazardous employment. The prevalence of child labor in rural area is around 14% and is close to 3 times higher than in urban area, that is close to 5%. Child labor is more prevalent among boys than girls at every age. The agriculture sector accounts for 70% of child labor, followed by service 20% and industry 10%. Definition of child as per various laws initiative in India. As per the Child and Adolescent Labor Prohibition and Regulation Act 1986, Kalpra. Child means a person who has not completed his or her 14 year of age. The amendment made to the Act in 2016 bar the employment of adolescent in occupation that deals with hazardous working conditions such as chemical plant and mines. Under the Right of Children to Free and Compulsory Education Act 2009, child means a male and or female aged 6 to 14 year. As per the Minimum Wage Act 1948, vide its amendment in 1986, a child is defined as a person who has not completed his 14 year of age. The Juvenile Justice, Care and Protection of Children Act 2015 defines child as a person who has not completed 18 years of age. The term adolescent is not defined in JJ Act 2015. The employment of children in contravention of Kalpra Act is a cognizable offence, whereas under JJ Act 2015 it is non-cognizable offence. The Rashtriya Kishore Swasthya Karyakram under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare define an adolescent as a person between 10 to 19 years. Next is PM Janman Scheme. Union Cabinet approved the Pradhan Mantri Janjati Adivasi Nyay Mahabhiyan PM Janman. The scheme is aimed at providing PVTG household and habitation with basic facilities such as safe housing, clean drinking water and sanitation, improved access to education, health and nutrition, road and telecom connectivity, and sustainable livelihood opportunities. This initiative is part of Pradhan Mantri PVTG Development Mission announced in India in 2022-23. Particularly vulnerable tribe groups PVTG. तो क्या है अबाउट में देखते हैं. PVTGs are most vulnerable among the tribal groups. In 1975, the government of India declared 52 tribal groups as PVTGs on the recommendation of Dehwar Commission. Currently, there are 74 such groups in 22,544 villages across 18 states and 1 union territory of India. Totally about 28 lakh individuals. Odisha has the highest number of more than 2.5 lakh of PVTGs. Characterized by population stagnant or declining, technology pre-agriculture, literacy level extremely low, and economy sustainable level. Variance in population sizes vary significantly from under 1,000 in some groups such as the Great Andamanese around 50 and the Ongi around 100 to over 1 lakh in others such as Maria Gond of Maharashtra and Saura in Odisha. Some tribes in central India like Birhor face stagnation while the Ongi and Andamanese are experiencing a decline. नेक्स्ट टॉपिक इज मिसलेनियस. उसमें पहला देखते हैं नेशनल इंडिकेटर फ्रेमवर्क NIF फॉर SDGs. National Indicator Framework NIF Progress Report 2023 on Sustainable Development Indicator was released by Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation MOSP. The Interagency and Expert Group of SDG Indicator IAEG SDGs developed a Global Indicator Framework GIF for monitoring SDG global and objective. At the moment, the GIF has 248 indicators and 231 of which are unique. In order to accomplish this at national level, the MOSPI created a National Indicator Framework NIF in 2018. NIF, like GIF, is developing in nature and currently contains 284 indicators. What are SDGs? The Sustainable Development Goals. SDGs, also known as Global Goal, are a collection of 17 interconnected objectives designed to serve as a shared blueprint for peace and prosperity for people and the planet now and into the future. At present, NIF includes 284 parameters and these indicators aligned with the SDGs. The global goals for sustainable development कौन सा 17 देख लेते हैं. तो पहला है नो पॉवर्टी, दूसरा है जीरो हंगर, थर्ड इज गुड हेल्थ एंड वेलबींग, फोर्थ इज क्वालिटी एजुकेशन, फिफ्थ इज ग्लोबल इक्वालिटी, सिक्स्थ इज क्लियर वाटर एंड सैनिटेशन, सतवां है अफोर्डेबल एंड क्लीन एनर्जी, एट्थ इज decent work and economic growth. 9वां है industry, innovation and infrastructure. 10th is reduced inequalities. 11th is sustainable cities and communities. 12th is responsible consumption and production. 13वां है clean climate action. 14th is life below water. 15वां है life on land. 16वां peace and justice, strong infrastructure, strong institution. And 17th last is permanent partnership for the goals. अगला टॉपिक है इंटरनल डिस्प्लेसमेंट. द नंबर ऑफ internally displaced people IDPs around the world reached 71 million as of the end of 2022, according to the recently published Global Report on Internal Replacement 2023. Global Report on Internal Replacement 2023. It is released by the Norwegian Refugee Council Internal Displacement Monitoring Center IDMC. Internal displacement refers to people forced to move inside their own border, and the Internal Displacement Monitoring Center's report does not take into account those who left for different countries. Highlight of the 2023 report. The number of initially displaced people IDPs around the world reached 71.1 million as of the end of 2022, an increase of 20% from previous year. The conflict in Ukraine triggered nearly 17 million displacements. 32.6 million people were displaced due to disaster, an increase of 40% from 2021, largely the result of the efforts of La Nina, which continued for a third consecutive year. Of the total disaster displacement, 98% were triggered by weather-related events like floods and storms. Total IDPs in India includes 6.31 lakh from conflict and violence, while 32,000 due to disaster. India recorded the fourth largest disaster displacement with 2.5 million displacement. Pakistan has the highest number of disaster displacement in the world in 2022 at 8.16 million. Next topic is circular migration. Circular migration, also known as repeat migration, is the temporary and usually repetitive movement of migrants workers between home and the host areas, typically for the purpose of employment. It represents an established pattern of population mobility, whether cross country or rural urban. Various measures taken by the government of India for the welfare of the migrants. Code on Social Security. The code provides certain benefit for interstate migrant workers such as insurance and provident fund. One nation, one ration card. It has given household benefiting for the public distribution system PDS more choice and flexibility to choose with fair price shop FPS that can get their ration from. Draft National Policy on Migrant Workers by Niti Aayog. Niti Aayog's draft National Migrant Policy takes a right-based approach and discusses the importance of collective action to help migrants bargain for better conditions. Remote voting. The Election Commission plans to pilot a multi-constitutionally remote electronic voting machine (RVM) to facilitate the participation of domestic migrants from their remote location for voting for their home constituencies. Relief measure during the COVID-19. Sharam portal for creating a database of migrant worker. Distribution of food under Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Ann Yojana. Affordable Rental Housing Complex ARHCs scheme aimed to provide housing at an affordable rate to migrants near their workplace. Garib Kalyan Rozgar Abhiyan GKRA provides employment to returnee migrants affected by the COVID-19 pandemic in 16 selected districts across 6 states. Next topic is consensus and NPR. The first synchronous consensus was taken under British rule in 1881 by W.C. Plowden. Consensus Commission of India. Every 10 year, it is conducted by the Office of Registrar General and Consensus Commissioner of India, Ministry of Home Affairs. The 2021 consensus has been postponed indefinitely and is expected to take place after general election in 2024. It was the first digital consensus giving citizens an opportunity to self-evaluate enumerate population consensus is listed in Union Territories entry 69 of 7th schedule in Indian Constitution. It is conducted under the provision of Consensus Act 1948. The National Population Register (NPR) is a record of usual residents of the country. It is mandatory for every usual resident of India to register in the NPR. It is also prepared by the Office of Registrar General of India (RGI) under the Home Ministry. Its objective is to have a comprehensive identity database of people residing in the country. It was first collected in 2010 and then upgraded in 2015. Next topic is United Nations Population Fund. The UN Population Fund UNFPA has released the State of World Population Report 2023. As per the report, India is set to overtake China to become the world's most populous country of the middle by the middle of 23. UN Population Fund UNFPA. United Nations Population Fund UNFPA is trust fund under the jurisdiction of United Nations Development Program UNDP. UNFPA was formerly 1969 to 1987 known as United Nations Fund for Population Activities. Established in 1969, the UNFPA is the largest international source of assistance for population program. It is the leading UN organization for the implementation of the 1994 Program of Action of the International Conference on Population and Development. In other words, UNFPA is the United Nations Sexual and Reproductive Health Agency. Its mission is to deliver a world where every pregnancy is wanted, every childbirth is safe, and every young person's potential is fulfilled. State of World Population Report. The State of World Population Report is an annual publication released by United Nations Population Fund UNFPA. It provides an analysis of the world population and its various aspects such as health, education, human rights, and economic development. Here, population 15 to 64 years, 65 plus, TFR life expectancy. इंडिया का है इसमें 1428.6 मिलियन, which is 68% between 15 to 64 years and 7% between 65 plus. TFR is 2 and life expectancy is 72.5 years. चाइना का है 1425.7 million. 15 to 60% is 69% and 65 plus is 14%. TFR is 1.2 and life expectancy is 79 years. ओवरऑल वर्ल्ड का है 8045 मिलियन. 15 to 65 ईयर का है 65% और 65 प्लस है 10%. TFR is 2.3 and life expectancy is 73.5 years. This report is published by UNFPA's State World Population Report 2023. Next is Aadhaar. Aadhaar, a 12-digit numerical identification card, is the world's largest digital ID program. It enables access to public and private service. It also serves as proof of identity and proof of address for residents of India. The Aadhaar program was launched in 2009 by the UIDAI. It serves as a proof of identity which is linked to the individual's biometric and demographic information. UIDAI, it is a statutory body established under the Aadhaar Targeted Delivery of Financial and Other Subsidies, Benefits and Services Act 2016. It issues Aadhaar number 12-digit identification number to each individual. As of July 2023, 765.30 million Indians have linked Aadhaar with ration card to avail ration through Public Distribution System PDS. Almost 100% of farmer benefits under PM Kisan Yojana are connected by Aadhaar. Next is Agnipath scheme and Agniveer. Agnipath is the scheme under which forces, Army, Navy and the Indian Air Force will recruit soldiers for short term and long term on an all India all class basis for the 4-year contract, including 6 months of training. Those recruits under this scheme are called Agniveer. At the end of 4 years, up to 25% of recruits will join the service on a regular basis, subject to merit and organizational requirements. For other, they will receive around 11.71 lakh with interest, and this will be exempt from the income tax. Comparison with a regular soldier. Salary for a regular soldier it is around 40,000, while for the Agniveer it is 30,000. Eligibility for pension. A soldier employed on regular service will draw a pension post-retirement, while an Agniveer will not. Battle casualty. The family of regular soldier get a liberalized family pension which is equal to last pay draw for life. For Agniveer, the family will get only a non-contributory insurance sum. Gratuity. It is not available for Agniveer. Prison death in India. In a recent report of the Supreme Court Committee on Prison Reform, suicide was found to be the leading cause of unnatural death other than aging or illness among Indian prisoners. In 2021, a total of 2,116 prisoners died in judicial custody and with around 90% of cases recorded as natural death. Uttar Pradesh recorded the highest number of overall deaths. Since 1993, the National Human Rights Commission has to be intimated within 24 hours of occurrence of any casual death. Supreme Court in R.D. Upadhyay versus State of Andhra Pradesh 1996 has noted that prisoners suffer from a double handicap regarding health. They do not enjoy the access of medical expertise and because of their living condition they are exposed to more health hazard. The Model Prison Manual of 2016 and Mental Health Act 2017 outline the inmates' right to health care. Justice Amitava Roy Committee has recommended measures to reduce violence amongst prisoners, speedy trial, and for prevention of suicide in prison. Next topic is 75th anniversary of Universal Declaration of Human Rights. December 10, 2023 marked the 75th anniversary of Universal Declaration of Human Rights UDHR. On 10 December 1948, the UN General Assembly approved the Universal Declaration of Human Rights at a meeting in Paris. It was a response to the atrocities of World War II and an effort to establish a common understanding of the basic rights and freedom to which all people are entitled. According to the UN, human rights are inherent to all people regardless of their race, sex, nationality, ethnicity, language, religion, or any other. Human rights include right to life and liberty, freedom from slavery and torture, freedom of opinion and expression, right to work and education, etc. It is not a legally binding treaty, but it has served as a source of inspiration for the development of international human rights law. The UDHR consists of a preamble and 30 articles that articulate a broad range of civil, political, economic, social, and cultural rights. The declaration says that all are equal before the law and that everyone is entitled to a fair and public hearing by an independent and impartial tribunal. And it says that everyone has the right to seek and to enjoy in other countries asylum from persecution. एंड दैट्स इट। तो हमारा ये टॉपिक खत्म हुआ। अगला वीडियो में हम लोग पॉलिटी एंड गवर्नेंस से शुरू करेंगे, जो कि काफ़ी इंटरेस्टिंग है, बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग है। तो आप लोग हमारे साथ वीडियो में बने रहें और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करें अगर आप लोग हमारे चैनल पर नए हैं। प्लेलिस्ट पे जाकर चेक करें, अगर आप लोगों ने पहले के वीडियोज़ नहीं देखे तो प्लेलिस्ट में पूरा का पूरा लिंक दिया हुआ है, आप लोग जाइए उसे चेक कीजिए और हमारे साथ बने रहिए। वीडियो को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा शेयर करें उन लोगों तक जो इस बार का UPSC CSE 2024 देने वाले हैं, उन तक इस वीडियो को जरूर पहुँचाएं ताकि उनका रिवीजन अच्छे से हो सके और वह भी करंट अफेयर में काफ़ी अपने आप को मतलब अच्छा महसूस कर सके, क्योंकि करंट अफेयर का काफ़ी बड़ा सेक्शन होता है। तो हम बिल्कुल भी नहीं चाहेंगे किसी का करंट अफेयर की वजह से कोई क्वेश्चन छूट जाए। तो मिलते हैं आपसे अगले वीडियो लेक्चर में, तब तक रिवाइज करें, देखते रहें और ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा शेयर करें। जय हिंद, जय भारत। जय हिंद दोस्तों, वेलकम बैक टू आवर चैनल, जहाँ पे हम लोग बाजीराम एंड रवि का प्रीलिम्स क्विक रिवीजन कर रहे हैं जो 2024 का है। यह पार्ट 1 है, मई से लेकर दिसंबर 2023 तक का, और आप लोग को डेट पता ही होगा 26 मई 2024 को प्रीलिम्स का एग्ज़ाम होने वाला है। तो हम लोगों ने कई सारे टॉपिक्स पीछे कर लिया था और आज हम लोग यहाँ पॉलिटी एंड गवर्नेंस से शुरू करने वाले हैं। तो आपसे बस ये अनुरोध है कि अगर आप लोग हमारे चैनल पर नए हैं और अभी तक हमारे चैनल को सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया तो प्लीज़ 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 इसे सब्सक्राइब करके हमें सपोर्ट करें और हमारे साथ जुड़े रहें, ताकि हम जब भी डेली करंट अफेयर का वीडियो आप लोग तक पहुँचाएँ तो आप लोग तक इसे आसानी से पहुँचने में मदद हो सके। कमेंट बॉक्स में हमें जरूर बताएंगे आपको हमारी यह पहल कैसी लग रही है और आप इससे कितने लाभान्वित हो रहे हैं। वीडियो को लाइक करें और ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा शेयर करें उन लोगों तक जो इस बार के प्रीलिम्स एग्जाम देने वाले हैं, उन लोगों तक इसे जरूर पहुँचाएं ताकि आप और आपके दोस्त सभी को इसका लाभ मिल सके। तो आइए शुरू करते हैं। आज हमारा टॉपिक यहाँ से शुरू होने वाला है। हियर वी आर, पॉलिटी एंड गवर्नेंस, जिसमें पहला है कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, और इसका पहला टॉपिक होगा आर्टिकल 370। तो आर्टिकल 370 प्रोवाइडेड special status to J&K by permitting it to form its own constitution, flag, and administrative autonomy. It restricted Parliament's legislative power as the approval of the state government was required before applying law in the state, except the one related to defense, foreign affairs, finance, and communication. Temporary or permanent. Article 370 listed under the temporary, transitional, and special provision in Part 21 of the Constitution could be interpreted as temporary due to Jammu and Kashmir Constituent Assembly's right to modify, delete, or retain it. However, the Supreme Court in 2018 ruled that despite the use of term temporary, Article 370 is not temporary. The Supreme Court's decision in Sampath Prakash versus State of Jammu and Kashmir 1969 affirmed that Article 370 is permanent provision. How is what scrapped? Under the power, using the power under Article 356, Clause 1, Subclause B, the President declared that the power of the legislature of the state shall be exercisable by or under the authority of Parliament. President issued a presidential order under Article 370, Clause 1 of Constitution. The order amended Article 367, which contained guidance on how to read, interpret some provision. The amendmented article declares the expansion Constitutional Assembly of the state in Article 370, Clause 3 shall be read the mean legislative assembly of the state. Article 370, Clause 3 provided that the Article 370 was to be amended by the concurrence of the Constituent Assembly. However, because of the amendment, it can now be done away by a recommendation of the state legislature. In other words, the government used the power Article 370, Clause 1 to amend provision of Article 367, which then amended the Article 370, Clause 3. Changes after abolition of Article 370. Jammu and Kashmir would no longer maintain its distinct constitution, flag, or anthem. The resident of Jammu and Kashmir would no longer possess dual citizenship. Since the newly formed Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir will be governed by the Indian Constitution, its citizens now enjoy the fundamental rights granted by the Indian Constitution. Article 360, which allows for the declaration of the financial emergency, would also be applicable. All laws enacted by Parliament include the Right to Information Act and the Right to Education Act would be enforceable in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, even if a woman of Jammu and Kashmir marries a temporary resident, she would get the right to property. Earlier, women who given property rights on marrying a temporary resident, but in this way, women's children were deprived of property rights. Any citizen of the country outside the state now can get a job in Jammu and Kashmir. With the conduct of election of Panchayati Raj institution, the three-tier system of grassroots level democracy has now been established in Jammu and Kashmir. Organized stone pelting incident have come down from 1,767 in 2018 to 0 in 2023. Bunds and Hartal have become a distinct memory. Supreme Court upholds abolition of 370. A 5-judge constitution bench led by the Chief Justice of India, CJI, upheld the abolition of Article 370 through a presidential order in 2019 and led to the reorganization of the state of Jammu and Kashmir into two union territories, that is Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh, and denuded it of its special privileges. Judgment on the key issue, whether Article 370 was temporary or permanent. The court held that Article 370 was always meant to be a temporary feature as it was intended as an interim arrangement until the Constituent Assembly of the state was formed after the enactment of Jammu and Kashmir Constitution and the state was abolished as a part of India. This agreement was not necessary. It was adopted because of the special circumstances in the state as it was experiencing war condition. Legality or abolition of Article 370. Processes of abolition. Abrogation. It was abrogated through two Constitutional Order 272. It amended Article 367 and added a new meaning, that is, the Constituent Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir now meant Legislative Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir, and Constituent Order 273. It meant at seeking parliamentary consent, which had assumed power of Jammu and Kashmir legislature to recommend that all clauses of Article 370 should cease to be operated. Court's opinion. It held that there was no need to change the meaning of Constituent Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir after the Constituent Assembly of the state was dissolved. Its power to make recommendation also ceased to exist, and the President could have always unilaterally abrogated Article 370. Status of the Constitution of Jammu and Kashmir. The court held that the Constitution of India is a complete code of constitutional governance, and following its application in its entirety of the state of Jammu and Kashmir by Constitutional Order 273, the Constitution of the state of Jammu and Kashmir is inoperative and is declared to have become redundant. Uniform Civil Code. The 22nd Law Commission of India sought the view of religious organization and the public on the issue of Uniform Civil Code UCC. In India, Goa is the only state where all religions have a common law regarding marriage, divorce, and adoption. Article 44 DPSP of the Constitution lay down that the state shall endeavor to secure a UCC for citizens throughout the territory of India. DPSPs are not enforceable by court but are supposed to inform and guide governance. Next topic is process to rename a state. The Constitution of India gave the Parliament power to alter the name of a state under Article 3 of Constitution, which explicitly lay down a procedure to alter the area, boundary, name, or formation of a new state. Proposal to rename a state. It can be initiated either by state government or by Parliament. For initiating the proposal in the Parliament, prior recommendation of President is required. The state legislature sends a proposal in the form of a resolution to the central government. If the state government sends the proposal for changing the name to the center, then the Ministry of Home Affairs (MHA) takes over and gives its consent only after receiving no objection certificate (NOCs) from various departments like Ministry of Railway, Intelligence Bureau, Department of Post, Survey of India, Registrar General of India. Once the state receives a green nod from the MHA, the resolution is then presented to Parliament in the form of a bill. Procedure to rename a state. The bill is referred to the President to the state legislature being affected by the bill for expressing their views on the bill with a specific time. The procedure of sending the bill to the state legislature was not a part of original constitution and was added only through 5th Amendment Act 1955. The view of the state legislature is not enforceable against the President or the Parliament. The Parliament can dismiss the suggestion given by the state legislature if it wished. After receiving the suggestion of the state legislature or at the end of the prescribed time, the bill returned to Parliament when it gets further deliberated upon. Finally, the bill is sent to the President for his assent. Once it receives the President's assent, the bill becomes act and the name of the state is changed thereafter. Next topic is right to silence या right against self incrimination. Context क्या है तो Supreme Court has ruled that all accused have a right to silence and investigators cannot enforce them to speak upon or admit guilty. Article 20 Clause 3 in Part 3 Fundamental Rights of Indian Constitution says no person accused of any offence shall be compelled to be a witness against himself. The right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, and the right to remain silent is an interrogation essentially follow from this constitutionally granted right against self-incrimination. This right also ensures that police cannot coerce anyone to confess to a crime and obtain a conviction based on that confession. In Nandini Satpathy versus P.L. Dani case, Supreme Court ruled that conquering a person to answer a question within the limits of the police station may result in a violation of Article 20 Clause 3. In the state of Bombay versus Kathi Kallu or Hard case, Supreme Court ruled that obtaining photographs, fingerprints, signature and thumb impression would not violate the right against self-incrimination of an accused. In Ritesh Sinha versus State of Uttar Pradesh, broadened the parameter of handwriting sample to include voice samples. Supreme Court held that would not violate the right against self-incrimination. Right to silence is limited only to criminal cases. It is not available if a person being interrogated under Customs Act 1962 or Foreign Exchange Management Act 1999. Next topic is Women Reservation Act 106th Constitutional Amendment Act. The historic Women Reservation Bill 2023 नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम 2023 was passed by the Parliament in recently concluded special session. Provision: it will allow 33% seat of Lok Sabha and State Legislative Assembly and State Legislative Assembly of National Capital Territory of Delhi to be reserved explicitly for women. For this purpose, the Act introduced the following article in the Constitution. Article 330A for reservation of seats for women in Lok Sabha. Article 332A for reservation of seat for women in State Legislative Assembly. Article 239A Clause BA for reservation of seats for women in Legislative Assembly of Delhi. Article 334A include a sunset provision that would gradually end this affirmative action policy after 15 years. Commencement of reservation. The bill states that its provision will come into effect only after the delimitation exercise has been conducted based on the figure obtained from the consensus completed and published after the commencement of the Act. Seat rotation. Rotation of seats reserved will be done after each delimitation exercise. In 2006, Bihar became the first state to provide 50% reservation of women in panchayat bodies. At present, more than 20 states have 50% reservation for women at the panchayat level. Previous attempts. Though through 81st Constitutional Amendment Bill in Lok Sabha in 1996, the bill failed to get the approval of the House and lapsed with the dissolution of Lok Sabha. It was introduced again by the Atal Bihari Vajpayee government in 1998, but it lapsed as the government fell in 1999. It was reintroduced in 1999, 2000, 2002 and 2003, but every time it failed to get passed. The Constitution 108th Amendment Bill 2008 in Rajya Sabha in 2010 was another attempt. The Rajya Sabha passed the bill, but Lok Sabha didn't take it up for voting and ultimately it lapsed with the dissolution of 5th Lok Sabha. Next topic is Haryana's private sector quota struck down by High Court. The Punjab and Haryana High Court quashed the Haryana State Employment of Local Candidates Act 2020 that provided 75% reservation in private job to a state resident. Constitutional articles cited in the judgment. It violated Article 19 Clause 1 Subclause E, which guarantees the right to reside and settle in any part of Indian territory, and Article 19 Clause 1 Subclause G guaranteed the right to practice any profession, business or trade. It infringes Article 40 Equality before the law and Article 15 Prohibition of discrimination on ground of religion, race, caste, sex or place of birth. Next topic, Section 6A of Citizenship Act 1955. Recently, the Supreme Court asked the central government to submit details of the number of immigrants who were conferred into Indian citizenship through Section 6A of Citizenship Act 1955. About Section 6A of the Citizenship Act 1971, introduced to give effect to Assam Accord. It is a special provision for Assam which classified immigrants from Bangladesh or East Pakistan into Assam in 3 categories. Pahla, those who entered before 1st January 1966 were deemed to be citizens of India. Second, those who entered after 1 January 1966 and before 25 March 1971 were categorized as foreigner and were required to register themselves for citizen to be granted after 10 years. Such persons were given the same right and obligation as a citizen, except the right to vote. Third is those who entered after 25th March 1971 were deemed illegal immigrants. The Assam Accord. तो Assam Accord क्या है देख लेते हैं. तो it was a memorandum of settlement (MOS) signed in 1985 between the Union government under Rajiv Gandhi and leadership of the Assam movement that brought to an end the Assam movement. Provisions. As per the accord, the Indian government agreed to secure the international border of the country against future infiltration by first erecting physical barrier like walls, barbed wire, fencing and other obstacle to appropriate places. Deploy a patrol by security forces on land and river route all along the international Bangladesh-India border. तो व्हाट इज फॉरेन ट्रिब्यूनल्स, FTs क्या है तो उसके बारे में देख लेते हैं. Foreign tribunals (FTs) are quasi-judicial body that determine whether a person is or is not a foreigner under Foreigners Act 1946. They were first stepped up in 1964 and are unique to Assam. Under the provision of Foreigner Act 1946 and Foreigner Tribunal Order 1964, only Foreigners Tribunal are empowered to declare a person as a foreigner. Any person not listed in the conclusive National Register of Citizenship (NRC) has the opportunity to present their case before the appellate authority, namely the Foreigner Tribunal (FT). In 2019, the MHA amended the Foreigner Tribunal Order 1964 and empowered district magistrates in all states and UTs to set up tribunals. Previously, the center has had sole authority to constitute tribunals. Next topic is the Gyanvapi case. According to popular legend, the Mughal ruler Aurangzeb built the Gyanvapi Mosque in 1669 by demolishing the ancient Vishweshwar temple in Varanasi. It is worth noting that Aurangzeb ordered Governor Abu Hassan to demolish the temple in 1669 according to Saqib's Khan book Yasir Alamgiri. The mosque is not an ASI protected site and the ASI has no role in its maintenance or upkeep. Extra Mile, the place of worship, a special provision Act 1991. The Act prohibits conversion of any place of worship and provide for the maintenance of the religion character of any place of worship as it existed on 15 August 1947 की प्रोविजन क्या है तो देख लेते हैं. The Act determined place of worship as temple, mosque, gurudwara, church, monastery or any other place of public religious worship. It was judicial review. Prohibition of conversion. The Act bars the conversion of a place of worship of any religious denomination into a place of worship of different religious denomination or even a different segment of the same religious denomination. Maintenance of religious character. The religious character of a place of worship shall continue to be the same as it existed on August 15, 1947, and any suit or legal proceeding with respect to the conversion of any place of worship existing on August 15, 1947, pending before any court shall abate, and no fresh suit or legal proceeding shall be instituted. It exempt the Ram Janmabhoomi Babri Masjid case from its ambit and to any suit, appeal or proceeding relating to it. Section 5 also exempt ancient or historical monuments and archaeological sites and remains that are covered by the Ancient Monument and Archaeological Site and Remains Act 1958. Next topic is permitting puja and ritual at protected monument. A parliamentary committee recommended permitting puja and worship at monuments protected by the Archaeological Survey of India ASI that have religious significance. Background क्या है तो in 2022 prayers were held at the ruin of 8th century Martand Sun Temple in Jammu and Kashmir, Anantnag. When the ASI took over the temple ruin in the 20th century for conservation, no puja or Hindu ritual were being held there. About Martand Sun Temple, it is commissioned by the Karkota dynasty king Lalitaditya Muktapida 1725 AD to 1753 AD in 8th century, and it once used to be a thriving place of worship. It was destroyed by Sikandar Shah Miri in 14th century. The present ASI rule. ASI allows prayer at its protected site only if they were functioning place of worship at the time it took charge on them. No religious ritual are allowed at non-living monuments. The non-living monuments are the ones where there have been no continuity of worship when it became an ASI protected site. About Archaeological Survey of India ASI under the Ministry of Culture. ASI is the premier organization for archaeological research and protection of cultural heritage of the nation founded in 1861 by Alexander Cunningham, father of Indian archaeology. It is responsible for maintenance of ancient monuments and archaeological sites and remains of national importance. It regulates all archaeological activities in the country as per the provision of Ancient Monuments and Archaeological Site and Remains Act 1958 and regulates Antiquities and Art Treasure Act 1972. The Ancient Monument and Archaeological Site and Remains Act 1958 provides for the provision of ancient and historical monuments and archaeological sites and remains of national importance. Antiquities Antiquities and Art Treasure Act 1972 was enacted to regulate the internal and external dealing in antiquities in India. नेक्स्ट आवर टॉपिक इज लेजिस्लेटर और उसमें पहला सेक्शन हमारा है न्यू पार्लियामेंट बिल्डिंग. इंडिया सेलिब्रेटेड द इनाग्रेशन ऑफ इट्स न्यू पार्लियामेंट बिल्डिंग इन द 75th ईयर ऑफ इंडिपेंडेंस. ओल्ड पार्लियामेंट बिल्डिंग. द कैपिटल वॉज शिफ्टेड फ्रॉम कलकत्ता टू दिल्ली इन 1911. आर्किटेक्ट एडविन लुटियन एंड हर्बर्ट बेकर. फाउंडेशन by H.R.H. Prince, author the Duke of Connaught on February 12, 1921. Construction कब हुआ तो in 1919 the construction was planned and it took 6 years to complete it. The council house composed A. Legislative Assembly Chamber Lok Sabha, B. Council of State Chamber Raj Sabha and the Chamber of Princes means Library Hall. Architecture कैसा था तो the circular shape of Parliament inspired by the circular shape of 64 Yoni Temple at Madhya Pradesh, Morena. A few Indian elements such as jalis and chhatris, a dimmed roof atop a pavilion-like structure was added to it. Material used, it has 144 cream sandstone pillars measuring 27 feet each. Inauguration inaugurated in 1927 by the Governor General of India, Lord Irwin. New building and its features. So its construction was announced in 2019 and the project was named as Central Vista Redevelopment Project. The plan includes the construction of new parliament residence of Prime Minister and Vice President along with 10 building blocks to accommodate all government ministries and departments. It was piloted by Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Build-up area क्या है तो build alongside the old building and has a build-up area of 65,000 square. It is designed in triangular shape. Sitting capacity क्या है तो it has larger Lok Sabha hall based on peacock theme and Raj Sabha hall based on lotus theme with a capacity of up to 888 seats and 384 seats respectively. The Lok Sabha may accommodate up to 1272 seats for joint parliamentary session. Each seat will be equipped with digital system and touch screens. Constitutional halls. It consists of a constitutional hall where the journey of Indian democracy has been documented. Office से क्या तो there will be 92 rooms for the use of Council of Minister as offices. There will be also 6 large committee room and large audio visual equipments. Environment friendly क्या है तो the platinum rated green building embodies India's commitment toward environmental sustainability. It features rainwater harvesting and water cycle system. Divyang friendly. It will be Divyang friendly as people with disabilities will be able to move around freely. Facilities for MPs. A central lounge will be complement the open country yard with a banyan tree will be a place for members to interact with each other. There will be a dining hall and library. Earthquake safe. The building is earthquake safe. Material from across the India. For construction, sandstone were brought from Sarmathura in Dholpur and granite from Lakh village in Jaisalmer, Rajasthan. Similarly, the wood used in the decor is from Nagpur and craftsmen from Mumbai had laid to the wooden architectural design. Badholi Beaver from Uttar Pradesh have made the traditional hand-knotted carpet for the building. Gandhi statue. The 12-foot tall bronze statue of Mahatma Gandhi made by Padma Bhushan awardee sculptor Ram V. Sutar, who built a Statue of Unity, will remain on the lawn between old and new building. National symbols. The building is replete with national symbol including the national emblem, the lion capital of Ashoka, that weighs 9,500 kg and is 6.5 meter in height. and is visible from a distance at the entrance. The Ashok Chakra and the word Satyamev Jayate has been carved in stone. Entrance के साथ तो the building has three ceremonial entrance in three side of parliament: the vice president, the Lok Sabha, and the prime minister. Singol, a golden sceptre. It was given to Jawaharlal Nehru on the eve of independence to mark the transfer of power from the British. It has been placed near the speaker's podium by the prime minister. Galleries consisting of a shilp exhibiting textile installation from across India along with poetry item made from the mitti of all states, and B is Satyapatya. Satyapatya exhibiting the iconic monuments of India including those from different states, and UT's Andyoda Asan. Andyoga Asan. Foucault Podium. Inside the new Parliament building, there is a Foucault Podium that showcases the rotation of Earth, named after renowned French physicist Leon Foucault. This podium takes precisely 94 hours 59 minutes and 18 seconds to complete a full rotation at the latitude of the Parliament location. Next topic is Adarman. The Supreme Court recently reviewed the case where the Delhi government challenged the Lieutenant Governor appointment of Adarman. Etymology क्या है तो word Adarman comes from the English word old and man. Initially it refers to elder or a clan or tribute, but later evolved to denote the king's viceroy, regardless of age. By the 12th century CE, it began to be associated with municipal government and used to describe officers of municipal bodies. This usage continued to the present day. Delhi case. According to Delhi Municipal Corporation Act of 1957, the administrator, the lieutenant governor, has the authority to nominate 10 individuals to serve in the corporation, each aged 25 or above. Power. They do not have any voting rights in mayoral election but play an important role in standing committee election. MCD in House and Ward Committee meeting. They are a part of group which effectively control the MCD's purse string. Next topic is special session of Parliament. About parliamentary session, Article 58 of Constitution specifies that President must summon each House of the Parliament to meet at least once within 6 months. Borrowed from the Government of India Act 1935. Who planned the session? Cabinet Committee on Parliament Affairs declares the dates and duration of parliamentary session. Once a decision has taken, the committee convey its decision to the President, who then summon the member of Parliament to meet for the session. In any timetable, no fixed timetable, but the convention. Each calendar year consists of 3 sessions. Pehla budget session, the longer one. It usually from January end to April end. It includes a recess for Parliamentary Standing Committee to consider the budget. Next is monsoon session. It began in July and concluded in August. Third one is winter session. In the last session of the year, usually held from November to December. A special session of Parliament. There is no mention of a special session in Constitution or in the rule books of either House of the Parliament. Also, there is no specific guidelines on how or when such a session should be convened. However, Article 352, added through the 44th Constitutional Amendment Act 1978, which deals with the proclamation of emergency, refers to a special sitting of the House. A special session is convened by the government for specific occasion like ceremony, parliament, or national milestone. Earlier instance, special sessions have been held in the year 1947, 1962, 1972, 1977, 1991, 1992, 1997, 2008, and 2017 etc. Next, our topic is immunities and privileges to MPs and MLAs. Related constitutional provision. Article 105, Clause 2. It provided immunity to an MP. Article 19, Clause 2 for MLA. from any proceeding in any court, from anything said or any vote given by him in parliament or any committee, or held no person liable for any report, paper, votes, or proceeding in a publication or by or under the authority of either House of Parliament. Article 122 and Article 212. The validity of any proceeding in Parliament. Article 212 for a state legislator cannot be called into question in a court on the ground of any alleged irregularity of procedure. Types of parliamentary privileges. पहला है individual privilege. These are privileges enjoyed by the MP and MLAs. Some of these are: first, no MP can be arrested 40 days before the beginning and 40 days after the end of parliamentary session. MP have freedom of speech in parliament and not liable to any proceeding in any court. They are exempt from jury service during the session of parliament. And second is collective privilege. These are enjoyed by both House of Indian Parliament and a state legislature as a whole, as well as their member and offices. Some of these are: पहला, right to publish its report, debates and proceeding. Second is right to exclude stranger from its proceeding. Third is right to make rules to regulate its own procedure. Fourth is right to punish member as well as outsider for breach of its privileges. Fifth is prohibited court inquiry into the House proceeding. And last is no arrest can be made without the permission of the presiding officer. Next topic is no confidence motion. Article 75 clause 3 of Constitution specifies that Council of Ministers are collectively responsible to the Lok Sabha. For testing this collective responsibility, the rules of Lok Sabha provide a particular mechanism, a motion of no confidence. The procedure is specified under Rule 198 of the Lok Sabha. The Constitution does not mention either a confidence or a no confidence motion. Who can move it? Any Lok Sabha MP who can garner the support of 50 colleagues can at any point of time introduce a motion of no confidence against the Council of Ministers. A no confidence motion can be moved only in Lok Sabha. It cannot be moved in Rajya Sabha. The motion is moved by the member who submitted it, and the government will then respond to the motion. The opposition party will then have the opportunity to speak on the motion. After the debate, the Lok Sabha will vote on the no confidence motion. The motion will be passed if it is supported by majority of the member of the House. If no confidence motion is passed, the government must resign. Earlier instance क्या क्या तो देख लेते. There has been 27 no confidence motion included in Lok Sabha since independence. The first no confidence motion against the administration of the Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru was presented in the Lok Sabha in August 1963. The motion obtained only 62 votes in favor and 347 votes against it. The last no confidence motion was moved in 2018 against the then NDA government. Next heading is disqualification of lawmakers. Article 102 clause 1 and Article 191 clause 1 provides for disqualification of a member of parliament and a member of legislative assembly respectively on ground like holding office of profit, being unsound mind and not being a citizen of India, etc. Section 8 of RPA 1951. This includes a specific offence such as promoting immunity between two groups, barely, etc. Section 8 clause 2 of RPA 1951 lists offences that deal with holding or profiting or adulteration of food or drugs, and offence under any provision of the Dowry Prohibition Act. Section 8 clause 4 of RPA 1951. A lawmaker is disqualified from the period of imprisonment and a further 6 years if convicted and sentenced to imprisonment for 2 years or more. 10th schedule of the Constitution provides for the disqualification of member on ground of defection. Next topic is Ethics Committee in Parliament. The genesis of formation of Ethics Committee in Parliament can be traced to a resolution adopted by the presiding officer conference held in New Delhi in October 1996. Each House of Parliament has its own Ethics Committee. Ethics Committee in Lok Sabha. It was first constituted in 2000. Composition no more than 15 members and nominated by the Speaker. term there they shall hold office for a term not exceeding a year. Ethics Committee in Rajya Sabha. It was constituted in 1997. Composition क्या था? तो it consists 10 members nominated by chairman of Rajya Sabha. Term क्या है? तो they shall hold office for a term not exceeding 1 year. Function क्या है? To oversee the moral and ethical conduct of the members. To examine the cases referred to it with reference to ethical and other misconduct of the member. Any person or member may make a complaint relating to unethical conduct of a member of the committee. In the case of ethics committee, only the MP can be examined for misconduct. Money bill. Next topic. About a money bill as defined in Article 110 is a type of legislation that relate to the appropriation of money for the Consolidated Fund of India, which is the main fund of the government. It typically related to financial matters such as taxation, public expenditure, and public debt. It is the Speaker of Lok Sabha who recognizes bill as a money bill. Criteria क्या है? The imposition, abolition, and remission, alteration or regulation of any tax, the regulation of the borrowing of money or the giving of any guarantee by the Government of India, the custody of the Consolidated Fund of the Contingency Fund of India, the payment of money into the withdrawal of money or the withdrawal of money from any such fund, the appropriation of money out of the Consolidated Fund of India. Next is the declaring of any expenditure to be expenditure charged on the Consolidated Fund of India or the increasing of the amount of any such expenditure. Next, the reception of money on account of the Consolidated Fund of India or the public account of India or the custody or issue of such money. Any matter incidental to any matter specific above. नेक्स्ट इज प्रोसीजर फॉर द पैसेज ऑफ मनी बिल. तो इसका प्रोसेस क्या देख लेते हैं. द मनी बिल आर इंट्रोड्यूस्ड इन लोकसभा विद द प्रेसिडेंट रिकमेंडेशन एंड कैन ओनली बी इंट्रोड्यूस्ड बाय अ मिनिस्टर. द बिल इज पास्ड बाय बोथ हाउसेज एंड सेंट टू राज्यसभा फॉर कंसिडरेशन. द राज्यसभा हैज लिमिटेड पावर एंड मस्ट रिटर्न द बिल विद इन 14 days. The Lok Sabha can accept or reject the Rajya Sabha's recommendation, and if accepted, the bill is considered to have passed in the modified form. The Lok Sabha has more power regarding money bills. The President can give or withhold assent to a money bill but cannot return it for reconsideration. Next is question hour and types of question in Parliament. Question hour क्या है? तो generally the first hour of Parliament meeting is for asking question, but in 2014 the Rajya Sabha changed the question hour to start at 12 noon instead of 11 am. In this hour, member of Parliament MPs ask minister question to hold them accountable for their working in the government department. Apart from members, question can be asked to private member as well. The presiding officer of both houses, Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha, are the final authority to respect to conduct of question hour. There is no question hour on Saturday, even if a sitting is fixed for that day. टाइप्स ऑफ क्वेश्चन. तो क्वेश्चन कितने टाइप के होते हैं देखते हैं. पहला है स्टार्ट, दूसरा अनस्टार्ट, थर्ड इज शॉर्ट नोटिस एंड फोर्थ इज प्राइवेट मेंबर. तो पहला स्टार्ट में देखते हैं. दे आर आंसर्ड ओरली एंड आर डिस्टिंग्विश्ड बाय अ asterisk mark. Supplementary question can follow. They must be submitted at least 15 days in advance. Only 20 questions can be listed in a day. They are printed in green color. Next is unstarred. They require a written answer and are printed in the official report of the sitting of House. No supplementary questions are allowed. They must be submitted at least 15 days in advance. They are printed in white color. Short notice. They relate to a matter of urgent public importance. They can be asked within less than 10 days. 10 days notice along with reasons for the short notice. Supplementary question can follow. They are printed in a light pink color and are taken up after a question hour. And next is private member. A question may be addressed to a private member. They are asked when the subject matter pertains to any bill, resolution or any matter relating to the business of the house for which that MP is responsible. The process followed is the same as in the case of minister. They are printed in yellow color. Our next topic is Government of National Capital Territory of Delhi Amendment Act 2023. Parliament has passed the Government of National Capital Territory of Delhi Amendment Ordinance 2023 and created a new statutory authority, the National Capital Civil Service Authority NSSCSA. About the act क्या था देख लेते हैं. It seeks to amend the Government of National Capital Territory NCT of Delhi Act 1991 and establish National Capital Civil Service Authority NCCSA, which will be headed by Chief Minister of Delhi with the Chief Secretary and Principal Home Secretary of Delhi being the other two members. The NCCA will make recommendation to the Lieutenant Government regarding transfer, posting and vigilance matter of all Group A officer and Dionysus officer post in Delhi. This decision will be based on majority of votes of members present and voting. The final authority to pass order related to this recommendation will lie in the hand of Lieutenant Governor LG. He can also ask for matter relevant to officers before taking a decision. There is no specific provision in the ordinance regarding the transfer, posting, discipline, etc. of Group B and Group C officers, which seems to indicate that the elected government of Delhi would continue to have control over these officers. Article 239AA Clause 3 Subclause A relates to the specific provision with respect to Delhi. तो ऑर्डिनेंस में क्या क्या देख लेते हैं. तो प्रोक्लेमेशन, आर्टिकल 123 ऑफ कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन विच डील विद द पावर ऑफ प्रेसिडेंट टू promulgate ordinance such that if at any time when at least one of the House of Parliament is not in session, the President can promulgate an ordinance due to unavoidable circumstances that require him to take immediate action. Article 213 deals with the power of the governor of the state to promulgate ordinance during recess of a state legislature. Ordinance has the same focus and effort as an act of parliament, but the government is required to bring an ordinance before parliament for ratification. It lapses at the expiration of 6 weeks from the reassembly of parliament if the government fails to introduce it for ratification. If the president withdraw it, if both the houses of parliament passes resolution disapproving the law, rejection of an ordinance implies the government has lost majority. If an ordinance make a law that parliament is not competent to enact under the constitution, it shall be considered void. The decision to bring an ordinance rests with the Council of Ministers as the parliament act on their aid and advise. The President may return the recommendation to the Cabinet for reconsideration, but if it is sent back with or without reconsideration, the President must promulgate it. Validity क्या है? तो an ordinance is valid for 6 weeks from the date on which the next session start. If the two houses start their sessions on different days, the date of house starting later is considered. Repromulgation. The government can repromulgate an ordinance if it lapses due to any reason. Next is governor cannot keep bill pending indefinitely, जो कि हम अगले सेशन में करेंगे. इस वीडियो सेशन को यहीं पे समाप्त करते हैं. तो उम्मीद है आप लोग को यह वीडियो अच्छा लगा होगा. तो आप लोग कमेंट में हमें जरूर बताएंगे कि आपको हमारी यह पहल कैसी लगी. और अगर आप लोग हमारे चैनल पर नए हैं और अभी तक हमारे चैनल को सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया तो प्लीज़ इसे सब्सक्राइब करके हमें सपोर्ट करें, क्योंकि इसी से हमें प्रोत्साहन मिलता है और आप इससे भी जब भी कोई नया वीडियो अपलोड होगा तो आपके पास आसानी से नोटिफिकेशन चला जाएगा. तो मिलते हैं आपसे अगले वीडियो लेक्चर में. तब तक के लिए इसे शेयर करें, ज़्यादा पढ़ें और जितना ज़्यादा रिवाइज करें उतना अच्छा होगा. तो मिलते हैं आपसे अगले वीडियो लेक्चर में. जय हिंद, जय भारत. जय हिंद दोस्तों, फिर से आपका स्वागत है हमारे इस बाजीराम एंड रवि प्रीलिम्स क्विक रिवीजन सीरीज़ में, जो कि 2024 का है पार्ट 1, मई से लेकर दिसंबर 2023 तक का. और आप लोग को डेट पता ही होगा, 26 मई 2024 प्रीलिम्स का डेट है. तो हम लोग इसे कंटिन्यू कर रहे थे और लोग कंटिन्यू करते हम लोगों ने कई सारे टॉपिक्स कर लिए थे और आज यह कंटिन्यू लेक्चर रहेगा. तो अगर आप लोगों ने पहले के लेक्चर्स नहीं देखे हैं तो आप लोग कमेंट बॉक्स में ज़रूर बताएं. और हमने डिस्क्रिप्शन में लिंक दिया हुआ है इसका, तो लिंक पे आप जाके क्लिक करें और पहले का सारे वीडियो लेक्चर्स देखें। तो यह कंटिन्यू सीरीज रहेगा जैसा कि आप लोग जान रहे हैं। तो बस आपसे बस ये अनुरोध है कि अगर आप लोग हमारे चैनल पर नए हैं और अभी तक हमारे चैनल को सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया तो प्लीज़ 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 इसे सब्सक्राइब करके हमें सपोर्ट करें, क्योंकि आपके सपोर्ट की हमें बहुत आवश्यकता पड़ती है। और इससे जब भी हम कोई नया वीडियो अपलोड करेंगे तो आप तक इसका नोटिफिकेशन बहुत आसानी से पहुँच जाएगा और आप इससे देख सकेंगे। आपसे बस यही है कि इसे ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा शेयर करें उन लोगों तक जो करंट अफेयर की तैयारी कर रहे हैं और जिनका करंट अफेयर में थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है, तो उन तक इस वीडियो को जरूर पहुंचा ताकि वो भी अपने यूपीएससी एग्जाम से पहले अपनी करंट अफेयर की अच्छी खासी तैयारी कर ले। यहाँ से हम लोग आज शुरू हुआ आज का टॉपिक, गवर्नर्स कैन नॉट कीप बिल पेंडिंग इन्फिनिटी। तो शुरू करते हैं। बस ये अनुरोध है कि अगर आप लोग हमारे चैनल पर नए हैं तो चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करें, कमेंट बॉक्स में जरूर बताएं आपको हमारी पहल कैसे लगी और लाइक करना ना भूलें। आइए शुरू करते हैं। गवर्नर कैन नॉट कीप बिल पेंडिंग इनफाइनाइटली। कंटेक्स्ट क्या है? तो द सुप्रीम कोर्ट recently ruled that governors are not empowered to keep a bill pending infinitely without any action whatsoever. The court also stated that governors are entrusted with constitutional power but cannot use them to stop the normal proceeding of lawmaking by state legislature. Governors legislative power क्या है? तो ये देखते हैं। आर्टिकल 200 states that when a bill passed by the state legislature is presented to the governor for their assent, they have four options: grant assent to the bill, या withhold assent to the bill, or return the bill for recommendation, or reserve the bill for consolidation of the president. Is there any time limit within which a bill should be returned? The article states that governor may as soon as possible return bill other than money bills, requesting the House to reconsider it in part or in whole. But if the state legislature send the bill again, with or without any amendment, the governor is bound to give his assent to the bill. The court's judgment states that the expansion as soon as possible conveys a constitutional imperative of expedition. It also states that keeping bill pending for indetermined period is consistent with that expression. What can a governor reserve? When can a governor reserve a bill? The governor can reserve certain bill for the consolidation of president if, first, against previous ruling of SC or it reduces the power of High Court. Second, against the provision of Constitution opposed to the directive principle of state policy DPSP. Third है against the larger interest of country or the grave national importance. Fourth is deals with the contemporary execution of property under Article 31A of the Constitution. Our next topic is Model Prison Act. The Ministry of Home Affairs MHA announced that it has finalized the preparation of the Model Prisons Act 2023. The act will replace the current 130-year-old law, that is Prison Act 1894. As per the provision of the Constitution, prisons and persons detained therein fall under the state list. Hence, the responsibility of prison management and administration solely rests with the state government, which alone is contemplated to make appropriate legislative provision in this regard. The Ministry of Home Affairs has clarified with announcing the 2023 Act that it may serve as a guiding document for the state as that they may benefit for its adaptation in their jurisdiction. Prisons Act 1894 क्या था वो देख लेते हैं। तो it defines prison and demarcates prisoners in three different categories according to the nature of their crime. These categories were criminal prisoners, convicted criminal prisons, and civil prisoners. It deals with provisions for accommodation, food, clothing, bedding session, and the discipline of prisons, including solitary confinement. It also laid down provision for the prisoners' employment, health, and visits. However, the Act has no provisions for reformation or rehabilitation. The Act permitted wiping provided that the number of stripes should not exceed 30, allowed for only male prisons. Our next topic is Official Secretariat Act. Historical evolution क्या है? तो OSA was first enacted as the Indian Official Secretariat Act at Act 14th 1889 to muzzle the voice of nationalist publication. It was amended and a more stringent version of the Act came into being in 1904 when Lord Curzon was the Viceroy of India. A new vision was notified in 1923 as the Indian Official Secretariat Act, which extended to all the matters of secretary and confidentiality in governance in the country. Next is provisions. Section 3 of the Act talk about the secret information, defines spying, espionage, and states that spying will be punishable for 14 years if the crime has been committed in any office or establishment of the defined forces and for 3 years in another case. Section 5 of the Act talk about the disclosure of secret information and state that disclosures shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term which may extend to 3 years or within fine or with both. Section 6 of the Act talk about unauthorized use of uniform, falsification of report, forgery, personation, and false document. Classification. OSA does not mention any criteria for classifying a document as secret. The Ministry of Home Affairs issues departmental secretary instruction based on which official documents are classified into 5 categories depending on the level of sensitivity of the information. RTI versus OSA. Section 22 of RTI 2005 states that it will have an overriding effect over the laws including the OSA. However, under Section 8 and 9 of the RTI Act, the government can refuse information effectively if the government classifies a document as secret. Under OSA Clause 6, the document can be kept outside the ambit of RTI Act and the government can invoke Section 8 or 9. Section 8 Clause 2 of the RTI Act states that access to information labeled as secret under the OSA can be provided if public interest in disclosure outweighed the harm to the protected interest. Next topic, PC and PNDT Act. The Act provides sex selection before or after conception, regulates prenatal diagnostic technique for detecting genetic abnormalities, metabolic disorder, chronological abnormalities, congenital malfunction, and sex-linked disclosure, and prevent misuse for female foeticide. It was first enacted in 1994 as Parental Diagnostic Technique Act, but after undergoing various amendments, it finally became Preconception and Prenatal Diagnostic Technique Regulation and Prevention of Misuse PCPNDT Act in 2004. ऑब्जेक्टिव क्या था? तो restricting pre-birth sex assurance and to save the girl child. Provision. Prenatal diagnostic techniques are not only allowed in registered genetic clinic for detecting fetal abnormalities if the woman is over 35, has experienced multiple miscarriage, or has a family history of genetic disease. Written consent is required before an ultrasound, and the person conducting the ultrasound and others are prohibited from revealing the fetus gender. The Act established a central supervisory board too. The central government is advised on policy matters concerning prenatal diagnostic and sex selection technique and against misuse. The Act is reviewed and monitored, and public awareness is created against preconception, sex selection, and fetus sex determination leading to female foeticide. A code of conduct is laid down for genetic counseling center, laboratories, and clinics. The Act also requires a 3-member appropriate authority at the state UT level within 3 months of its implications. Members क्या हैं? तो an official of or above the rank of Joint Director of Health and Family Welfare Chairperson, an eminent woman representing women organization, an officer of law department. फंक्शन क्या है इसका? तो टू ग्रांट सस्पेंड or cancel registration of a genetic clinic or a lab, to enforce a standard prescribed for genetic clinic and lab, to investigate complaints of branch of the provision of this act and take immediate action, to seek and consider the advice of the advisory committee. Power क्या है तो summon any power in possession of any information relating to violation of the provision of the act, product of any document or material object, issuing search warrant for any place suspended to be indulging in sex prenatal sex determination. Offense and penalties. Every offense under this act can be recognized non-bailable and non-compoundable. Advertisement related to prenatal sex determination is prohibited and punishable with imprisonment up to 3 years and a fine up to 10,000 rupees. Any registered medical practitioner violating this act can face imprisonment up to 3 years and a fine up to 10,000 rupees. For subsequent convictions, imprisonment and extend to 5 years and a fine up to 50,000 rupees. The medical practitioner registration can be suspended for 5 years for the first offense and permanently for subsequent offenses. Prevention of Corruption Act 1988. This act was aimed at making anti-corruption law more effective by widening their convergence and strengthening their provision. Features क्या है तो it is an amalgamation of provision of Corruption Act PCN 1947, the Law Amendment Act 1952 and Section 161 to 165A of the Indian Penal Code, which contain tweaks in the original provision. It has shifted the burden of proof from the prosecution as mentioned in the CRPC to accused who is charged with the offence. It mandated the investigation to be made by an officer not below the rank of Deputy Superintendent of Police. It covers act as bribe, misappropriation, obtaining a pecuniary advantage, possessing assets disproportionate to income and the like. 2018 Amendment. The Act was amended in 2018 to bring the PCA in link with United Nations Convention Against Corruption 2005, which was ratified by India in 2011. For this purpose, the amendment provided for attachment and administration of property procured by means of an offence under the PCA and increased the minimum imprisonment term from 6 months to 3 years. Right to Person with Disabilities Act 2016. Disability in India. In India, over 2.2% of the total population endures some form of several mental or psychological disabilities. Conceptually, since the condition of disability is rather transient than static, there is no one universal definition of what comprises a disability or who is considered disabled. In India, the list of criteria that categorizes people as disabled was revamped in 2016 and come into effect with the Right of People with Disability Act. Salient feature of Right of Person with Disability Act 2016. It comes into force to give effect to the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities (UNCRPD). The Act has categorized person with disability into three: person with benchmark disability, person with disability, and person with disability having high support needs. The Act increases type of disability from 7 to 21 type, and the central government has the power to add more to the list. These 21 types of disability includes blindness, low vision, leprosy cured person, hearing impairment, deaf and hard of hearing, locomotor disability, dwarfism, intellectual disability, mental illness, etc. The Act has increased the quantum of reservation for people suffering from disability from 3% to 4% in government jobs and from 3 to 5% in higher education institutes. Every children with benchmark disability between the age group of 6 to 18 years shall have the right to free education. A separate national and state fund be created to provide financial support to the person with disabilities. National Policy for PWD 2006. The existing national policy for persons with disability was adopted in 2006. Implementing agency क्या है तो Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. The policy seeks to recognize the PWDs are valuable human resource for the country and seeks to create an environment that provides them equal opportunity, protection of their rights, and full participation in society. POSH Act. Context: a government committee led by MC Mary Kom had discovered that over half of India's 30 national sports federation lack of internal complaint committee, a legal requirement under the Prevention of Sexual Harassment Act 2013. Genesis of POSH Act in 1997. The Supreme Court acknowledged the lack of law ensuring against sexual harassment in workplace, establishing the Viksha guidelines to fill the statutory gap until a law could be enacted. The court guidelines are based on Article 15 of the Indian Constitution and international conventions, including the General Recommendation of Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. The POSH Bill, the Women and Child Development Ministry introduced it in 2007 and amended it, which came into effect on December 9, 2013 after being enacted by Parliament. की प्रोविजंस ऑफ पॉश एक्ट क्या है तो देख लेते हैं. डिफाइन सेक्सुअल हरासमेंट. अनवेलकम एक्ट इंक्लूडिंग फिजिकल, verbal and non-verbal conduct such as request from sexual favor, making sexually colored remark and showing pornography etc. List down 5 criticism that would continue sexual harassment. This include implied or explicit promises of preferential treatment in employment, threats of detrimental treatment, threats about employment status, interference with work, creating any intimidating or hostile environment, and humiliating treatment like to affect health or safety. Defines an employee. All women employees, whether employed regularly, temporarily, contractually, or an ad hoc or daily wage basis, as apprentice or intern, can seek redressal to sexual harassment in the workplace. Expands the definition of workplace beyond traditional offices to include all kind of organization across sectors, even non-traditional workplace. For example, tetracommuting and places visited by employees for work. Applicability क्या है तो this include all public and private establishment in India that engage in commercial, vocational, educational, entertainment, industrial or financial activities, both organized and unorganized sectors and non-governmental organization. इंटरनल कंप्लेंट कमेटी ICC एंड लोकल कमिटीज़ तो वो क्या है देख लेते हैं. द लॉ रिक्वायर्स आर एम्प्लॉय विथ मोर देन 10 employers to form an ICC where a formal sexual harassment complaint can be filed by a woman. ICC has powers similar to those of a civil court in respect of summoning and examining any person on oath and requiring the discovery and production of document. Composition of ICC. It is required to consist a minimum of 4 members, at least half of whom should be women. A presiding officer who has to be a woman employed at a senior level at the workplace. 2 members from against employees and who have the experience in social work or have legal knowledge. 1 external member from NGO to preempt any undue pressure from senior level. The MOWCD introduced in 2017 an online platform, CBox, that directs complaint to employer or organizations ICC. Besides, the act mandates every district in the country to create a LC to receive complaint from women working in firm less than 10 employees and from the informal sector including domestic work etc. Role of ICC and LCs. Those 2 bodies have to conduct inquiries in line with the POSH Act and comply with the principle of natural justice stated in the rules of the Act. There are 2 ways to resolve the issue by the committee. पहला है through conciliation between the complaint and the respondent, which cannot be a final settlement or committee could initiate any inquiry, taking appropriate action based on what it finds. नेक्स्ट टॉपिक इज डिजिटल पर्सन डाटा प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट 2023. बैकग्राउंड इसका क्या है, तो इट इज़ द एसके पुट्टास्वामी वर्सेस यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया केस इन 2017 in Supreme Court upheld privacy as a fundamental right. Following this, the Persons Data Protection (PDP) bill first draft was suggested in 2018 by the Justice Sri Krishna Committee. The committee was revised by the government and was introduced as PDP bill in 2019. Later the bill was withdrawn. तो इसका एप्लीकेबिलिटी क्या है, तो द बिल अप्लाई टू द प्रोसेसिंग ऑफ डिजिटल पर्सनल डाटा विद इन इंडिया. It will also apply to the processing of personal data outside India if it is for offering goods or services or profiling individual in India. Consent क्या है, तो personal data can only be proceeded by lawful purposes and consent and a notice must be given detailing the purpose and data collection. Consent can be withdrawn at any time, and for individual under 18 legal guidelines provide consent. Right and duties of data principal. The data principal has the right to access processing information, request correction and ensure of personal data and nominate another person to exercise right in case of death or incapacity. Transfer of personal data outside India. The central government will inform countries where a data feudatory can transfer personal data, with this transfer being subject to a specific term and condition. Exemptions क्या है, तो rights of the data principal and obligation of data feudatories except data security will not apply in sacrificed cases. This include prevention and investigation of offense and enforcement of legal rights or claims. The central government may, by notification, exempt certain activities from the application of the bill. This includes processing by government entities in the interest of the security of the state and public order and research, archiving or statistical purposes. Data Protection Board of India. The central government will establish the Data Protection Board of India. Key function of the board includes monitoring complaints and imposing penalties, directing data feudatories to take necessary measures in the event of data breach, and hearing grievances made by affected persons. Penalties क्या है? The schedule to the bill specified penalties for various offences such as up to rupees 200 crore for non-fulfillment of obligations and for child, and 250 crore for failure to take security measures to prevent data breaches. Next is कॉफ़ी पोसा एक्ट 1974. अबाउट, तो ये न्यूज़ में क्यों था? द एक्ट प्रोवाइड्स द प्रिवेंशन डिटेंशन फॉर द पर्पस ऑफ कंजर्वेशन एंड आर्गुमेंटेशन ऑफ foreign exchange and preventing smuggling activities. It also empowers authorities to confiscate properties and assets acquired through smuggling activities of or foreign exchange violation. Communication क्या था? तो any detention order made by the state government or by an officer of the state government must be forwarded to the central government within 10 days. Detained persons should be communicated the ground for detention within 5 days or within 15 days from the date of detention in expectational circumstances, with written reason for the delay in communication. Grounds for detention. If a person has been detained on 2 or more grounds, then such order of detention should be made separately on each of such ground. Applicability क्या है? तो this act is applicable to Indian citizen as well as foreigner who are involved in smuggling goods including gold, narcotics or other prohibited item, or who engage in foreign exchange violations. Power of examining the detention order. High Court can examine detention order prior to execution, and a detention order cannot be challenged as per execution stage on ground of delay in execution. No detention order can be held invalid only because ये हो जाएगा तो the detainee is outside the limit of the terrestrial jurisdiction of the government or the office making the order of detention, or that the place of detention or of such person is outside the said limit. Next is Digital India Act 2023. Context क्या है तो the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology MATI recently announced the Digital India Act 2023. It will replace the 2-decade-old Information Technology Act 2000 और IT Act. की प्रोविजन क्या है तो it create a specialized and dedicated adjudicatory mechanism for online civil and criminal offence which is easily accessible, delivery time remedies, resolve cyber disputes, etc. It places a strong emphasis on online safety and trust, with a commitment to safeguarding citizens' rights in the digital realm, while remaining adaptable to shifting market dynamic and international legal principles. It recognizes the growing importance of new age technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, and blockchain, and provide guidelines for the responsible utilization. It upholds the concept of an open internet, striking a balance between accessibility and necessary regulation to maintain order and protect users. It mandates stringent know your customer KYC requirement for wearable devices accompanied by criminal law sanctions. It contemplates a review of the safe harbor price, which presently shield online platform from liability related to user guaranteed context, including a potential shift in online accountability standard. Next is Forest Rights Act 2006. About the act is considered a milestone because earlier act does not recognize the symbolic relationship of the estates with the forest and their dependence on the forest. Features क्या है? The act recognizes and vests the forest rights and occupation in forest dwelling schedule tribes FDSTs and other traditional forest dwellers OTFDs who have been residing in such forest for generation but whose rights cannot be recorded. It provides a framework for recording the forest right so vested and the nature of evidence required for such recognition and vesting in respect of forest land. नोडल एजेंसी क्या है तो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ द ट्राइबल अफेयर्स. रोल ऑफ ग्राम सभा क्या है तो ग्राम सभा इज द अथॉरिटी टू इनिशिएट द प्रोसेस ऑफ डिटरमाइनिंग द नेचर एंड एक्सटेंट ऑफ इंडिविजुअल और कम्युनिटी फॉरेस्ट राइट्स और बोथ. राइट्स रिकॉग्नाइज्ड अंडर द एक्ट. Title rights. It gives FDST and OTFD the right to ownership to land formed by tribals or forest dwellers subject to the maximum of 4 hectares. Also, the ownership is only for land that is actually being cultivated and no new land will be granted. Use right क्या है? The rights of the dweller extend to extracting minor forest produce, grazing area, etc. Relief and development rights. To rehabilitate in case of illegal eviction of forested displacement and to basic amenities such as restrictions of forest protection. Forest management rights. It includes the right to protect, regenerate or conserve or manage any community forest resources which they have been traditionally protecting and conserving for sustainable use. Our next topic is Kaveri water dispute and other major river water disputes. About Kaveri river, पोनी रिवर इसको एक होते हैं तो इसके बारे में देखते हैं. इट इज़ एन इंटर स्टेट बेसिन दैट ओरिजिनेट्स इन ताला कावेरी इन द ब्रह्मगिरी हिल ऑफ वेस्टर्न घाट्स इन कर्नाटका एंड पासेस थ्रू तमिलनाडु एंड पोंडिचेरी बिफोर ड्रेनिंग इनटू द बे ऑफ बंगाल. इट ऑल्सो नोन एज द दक्षिण गंगा, द गंगा ऑफ द साउथ, थर्ड लार्जेस्ट रिवर आफ्टर गोदावरी एंड कृष्णा इन सदर्न इंडिया, द लार्जेस्ट इन द स्टेट ऑफ तमिलनाडु. ट्रिब्यूटरीज क्या है तो लेफ्ट बैंक ट्रिब्यूटरीज देखते हैं. हरंगी है, हेमावती है, ओरिजिन इन वेस्टर्न घाट, ज्वाइन द रिवर कावेरी नियर कृष्णा राजा सागर, सिमशा है और अर्कावती है. राइट बैंक ट्रिब्यूटरीज में देखते हैं तो लक्ष्मण त्रिकिता है, Kabini originate in Kerala and flow eastward to join the Kaveri and at Tirumura Kudal नरासीपुर स्वर्णवती है और होनी होल भवानी है, लोका पावनी है, नयाल है, अमरावती है। डैम्स इस पे कौन कौन से बने हुए हैं तो हरंगी एंड हेमरावती डैम, कृष्ण सागर डैम इन कर्नाटका एंड मिट्टूर डैम इन तमिलनाडु। अबाउट द इंटर स्टेट वाटर डिस्प्यूट एक्ट 1956, it was enacted in 1956 amended in 2002 to include Sarikira Commission's recommendation in accordance with the provision under 7th Schedule and Article 262 of the Constitution. 7th Schedule में क्या है तो defines the legislative authority over water resources in entry 17 state and entry 56 union territory. Article 262(1), it states that the Parliament may, by law, provide for the adjudication of dispute or complaints with respect to the use, distribution, and control of water of any interstate river and river valley. Article 262, Clause 2. Neither the Supreme Court nor any other court can exercise its jurisdiction in respect of any such dispute or complaint referred to Clause 1. The Sarkaria Commission mandated a 1-year time frame to set up water dispute tribunal and a 3-year time frame to give a decision. The act empowered the central government to set up an ad hoc tribunal for the adjudication of a dispute between two or more states with respect to interstate river or river valley. The decision of the tribunal is final and binding on the parties of the dispute. Neither the Supreme Court nor any other court has any jurisdiction with respect to any water dispute referred to such tribunal. The Supreme Court has jurisdiction to decide any dispute between states in connection with water supplies if legal rights or interests are concerned. Major interstate river water dispute. गोदावरी, तो ये कौन कौन से स्टेट में तो देखते हैं महाराष्ट्र। डिस्प्यूट्स कौन कौन से स्टेट में तो महाराष्ट्र, आंध्र प्रदेश, कर्नाटक, मध्य प्रदेश एंड उड़ीसा एंड स्टार्टेड इन 1969। कृष्णा के लिए महाराष्ट्र, आंध्र प्रदेश एंड कर्नाटका ट्रिब्यूनल 1 फॉर्म हुआ 1969 में और ट्रिब्यूनल 2 हुआ 2004 में। नर्मदा के लिए राजस्थान, मध्य प्रदेश, गुजरात एंड महाराष्ट्र ट्रिब्यूनल फॉर्म हुआ 1969। रावी एंड ब्यास पंजाब, हरियाणा एंड सतलज ट्रिब्यूनल हुआ 1986 में। कावेरी हुआ केरला, कर्नाटका, तमिलनाडु एंड पौंडीचेरी ट्रिब्यूनल हुआ 1990 में। वेंसाधरा हुआ आंध्र प्रदेश और उड़ीसा के बीच 2010 में। महाद्यायी हुआ गोवा, कर्नाटका एंड महाराष्ट्र में 2010। महानदी हुआ छत्तीसगढ़ एंड उड़ीसा 2018। Our next topic is Odisha Riadis draft of PESA Act 2000, PESA Act's rule. Context is क्या है तो post 27 year of enactment of the Panchayat extension to scheduled area Act 1996, Odisha has finally introduced the draft of Odisha Gram Panchayat extension in scheduled area PESA rule 2023 about Panchayat extension to scheduled area PESA Act 1996. The PESA Act 1996 was brought in a response to the long-standing demand of the Tribunal Committee in India for greater authority and control over their own affairs. PESA Act was enacted on 24 December 1996 to enable tribunal self-rule in 5th Schedule area. An act drew inspiration from the provision of the 73rd and 74th Amendment of the Indian Constitution. PESA Act gives special power to the Gram Sabha in scheduled area, especially for managing natural resource. Major provisions क्या है तो ग्राम सभा। The PESA Act established the Gram Sabha, a forum for the participation of the community in development process. The Gram Sabha is responsible for the identification of development projects, the preparation of development plans, and the implementation of these plans. Village level institution क्या है तो the Act provides for establishing village level institution to carry out development activities and provide basic services to the community. These institutions could include the Gram Panchayat, Gram Sabha and Panchayat Samiti. Power and function. The PESA legislation gave the Gram Sabha and the Gram Panchayat significant power and function in relation to the management of natural resource, the protection of environment and the regulation of economic activities. Consultation according to the Act requires that the Gram Sabha can consulted before any development project or activity are undertaken in scheduled area. Funds क्या है The act allowed transferring fund to the Gram Sabha and Gram Panchayat to enable them to perform their function. Next is land. The act provides for the protection of land rights to the tribal communities in scheduled area and require that this consent be obtained before any land is required or transferred. Cultural and social practices. The act protects the cultural and social practices of the tribal community in the scheduled area and prohibits any interference in these practices. Next is unlawful association under UAPA 1967. Context ऐसा क्या? The Ministry of Home Affairs declared the Jammu Kashmir Democratic Freedom Party as an unlawful association under the Unlawful Activity Protection Prevention Act UAPA 1967. Unlawful Activity Prevention Act UAPA. The UAPA was enacted in 1967. Under the Act, offence and cognizable arrest could be made without a warrant. It lays down the definition and rules for designating an organization as an unlawful association. It is if it is engaged in certain type of activities. Unlawful activities is defined as any action taken by any individual or association through an act, words spoken or written, or by sign or visual representation, which is intended to support a claim to bring about the cession of a part of the territory of India, or the secession of a part of territory of India from the Union, or which incites any individual or group of individuals to bring about such secession or secessions. It covers activity which declaim, question, disrupt, or are intended to dispute the sovereignty and territorial integrity of India, and which cause or intend to cause disaffection against India. In 2004, the UAPA was amended and terrorist activities were brought within its fold, under which 34 outfits, including the Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed, was banned. Under the Act, the central government was designated an organization as a terrorist organization if it commit or practice in acts of terrorism, prepares for terrorism, promote terrorism, is otherwise involved in terrorism. The 2019 amendment gave the Home Ministry the power to designate individual as a terrorist. That extended to the whole of India. It also applies to citizens of India who are abroad, persons in service of the Indian government, and person or ships and aircraft registered in India. Penalty क्या है? The death or imprisonment of life, and shall also be liable to a fine if such act has resulted in the death of a person. Reforming India's criminal law. The government introduced 3 bills in Lok Sabha to replace the existing criminal laws in India. These bills are Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita 2023, replacing the Indian Penal Code IPC 1860. Bharatiya Nagrik Suraksha Sanhita 2023, replacing the Code of Criminal Procedure CRPC 1973, and Bharatiya Saksha Bill 2023, replacing the Indian Saksha Bill, Indian Evidence Act 1872. Key features of Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita 2023. Sedition कैसे होगा? तो it is the BNS Bill provision 150 under this chapter pertaining to offence against the state talk about acts endangering sovereignty, unity and integrity of India. Terrorism क्या है? तो for the first time word terrorism has been defined under the BSA bill, which was not there under IPC. In the BNS bill, the offence of defamation carries a simple imprisonment of up to 2 years, or with fine, or with both, or with community services. Mob lynching क्या है? तो for the first time capital punishment has been introduced for the offence of mob lynching. Sexual exploitation of women on the pretext of marriage, job promotion, or by concealing identity will be considered a crime. The new bill omits the provision of the offence of adultery. This is the line with the Supreme Court's ruling in 2018 in the case of Joseph Shine versus Union of India judgment. The new bill does not include any punishment for the unnatural sexual offense against men. This is in line with the Supreme Court anonymous reading down of Section 377 of IPC. The provision legalizing marital rape has, however, been retained. Speedy legal procedure. According to the proposed bill, a charge sheet has been bill have to be filed within 19 days, and the court can give permission for another 19 days. Probe will have to be completed in 180 days and sent for trial. After trial, judgment will have to be given in 30 days. Key feature of Bharatiya Nagrik Suraksha Sanhita 2023. Greater use of technology. Trials, appeal proceeding, recording of deposition, including those of public servant and public officers, may be held in electronic mode. The statement of the accused too can be recorded through video conferencing. Communication devices में क्या होगा? On the direction of a court or a police officer, a person is required to produce any document device that is likely to contain digital evidence for the purpose of an inquiry. Use of handcuffs. If police officer may be permitted to use of handcuffs where arresting a person if he is in a repeat offender who escaped from custody or has committed an organized crime, terrorist act, offense against the state etc. A specific safeguard. As per the bill, no person can be arrested without prior permission of an officer not below the rank of DSP in case where the offense is punishable with less than 3 years or if the person is above 60 years of age. Mercy petition. After being informed by jail authorities about the disposal of the petition of a convict sentenced to death, he or his legal heir or relative can submit a mercy petition within 30 days to the governor. If rejected, the person can petition the president with 60 days. No appeal against the order of the president shall lie in any court. Section 2. Prosecute. A decision to grant or reject sanction to prosecute a public servant must be reached by the government within 120 days of receiving a request. If the government failed to do so, the sanction will not deemed to have been accorded. No sanction is required in case including sexual offense, trafficking, etc. Arms in possession. With the provision granting power to the DM remain as they are in Section 144 of the CRPC, the provision to prohibit carrying arms does not find a mention. Sample without arrest. The bill has provision for the magistrate to order any person to give sample of his signature, handwriting, voice, or finger impression for the purpose of investigation without being arrested. Detention by police. There are provision for public to detain or remove any person resisting, refusing, or ignoring or disregarding direction given as part of Prevention Act. A trial in absentia. It prescribed in stagnant anti-terror legislation such as Unlawful Activities Prevention Act UAPA, where an alternative criminal law framework applied. In such law, the burden of proof is reversed, with the onus on the accused to prove himself not guilty, rather than the state carrying the duty to prove guilty against the accused. Key feature of Bharatiya Sakshya Bill 2023. According to the bill, electronic evidences in any data created or sentenced by a system or device that can be kept or accused using any method. It establishes prescribed standard for the admissibility of electronic evidence, including authenticity, integrity, and dependability, which can stop digital data from being abused or manipulated. It acknowledged expert opinion as type of evidence that can help establish relevant fact or circumstances for a case, much like medical opinion or handwriting analysis. It presents the presumption of innocence, which state that everyone accused of a crime is thought to be innocent unless and until they are proven guilty beyond a responsible doubt. As a basic tenet of criminal justice system, it lay out specific guidelines for the admissibility of DNA evidence, including permission and chair of custody, which can improve the precision and dependability of biological evidence. नेक्स्ट इज रजिस्ट्रेशन ऑफ बर्थ एंड डेथ अमेंडमेंट एक्ट 2023। तो उसे हम लोग अगले वीडियो लेक्चर में देखेंगे। इस वीडियो लेक्चर को हम लोग यहीं पे समाप्त करते हैं। उम्मीद है कि आपको यह वीडियो लेक्चर पसंद आ रहा होगा, तो कमेंट बॉक्स में जरूर बताएंगे हमें आपको हमारी यह पहल कैसी लग रही है और आप इसमें किससे लाभान्वित हो रहे हैं। वीडियो को लाइक करें, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा शेयर करें लोगों तक, जो इस बार के UPSC एग्जाम देने वाले हैं उन लोगों तक इसे जरूर पहुँचाएँ, ताकि वे भी अपना करंट अफेयर का रिवीजन अच्छे से कर सकें और करंट अफेयर क्वेश्चन में वो सहज महसूस करें। तो मिलता है आपसे अगले वीडियो लेक्चर में, तब तक के लिए जय हिंद, जय भारत।